Okay.
So it's, you go into the office, the backside,
At
there's a
the,
door.
okay.
Yeah, there's stairs there.
All right, thank you.
Hay una agenda.
Mhm.
No.
Do we have a package? Hey, do we have a package?
But I'm just tabling everything.
Ay, pues, eso es.
Yeah, so it's literally gonna be, yo voy a ir a estar en el Zoom, pero no sé si
Lo
está.
ves, o yo.
He is gonna be here for budget, so, for a budget hearing.
Okay. No, le pusiste que no se ve.
Log in. I don't, I'm seeing two participants. Yo no sé si esto es otro Zoom link because it's a regular meeting. But I noticed yesterday that the budget hearing was a different Zoom link from housing. Hello.
Doctor. No, you
I thought we were gonna have an easy meeting because no one's here. I'm gonna table everything. Y llegó el director.
Oh, you're late then.
If we would have started a few, like 5 minutes earlier, you would have been good. It would have been over, director.
Wow.
No, your
In
money.
the past, we used to be at 6, right? 6
So,
p.m.
no, so the budget, porque tenemos budget hearings.
Okay.
We scheduled today for 6, but usually Wednesdays at 7.
Oh.
Esta semana entera, el budget.
Okay.
Yeah. So next budget meeting, we're gonna go back to our regular schedule.
Okay.
Que ayer Lidia me quitó el miércoles. Council President, can you hear us? Y ahora se levantó.
Yes, I can hear you guys.
Okay. Now, can you grab Wendy, please?
I can hear you guys.
All right, thank you, Council President. And can you ask Bill if we're ready?
Yo espero que no me frisen ustedes aquí, amiga. Por favor. No, yo me...
Vivian had this chamber freezing.
It was freezing when I came in. I put it down a little. But
She's always hot.
Always. I'm always cold.
Sí, pero que no le dé cosas.
Where Bill's ready?
Ya, ya.
It's off, right?
Good evening and welcome to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. Today is Thursday, May 29th. It is now 6:26 p.m. Voting members present in the chamber, myself, Councilor Infante, to my right, the Vice Chair of the Committee, Councilor Marmo, and to my left, Councilor Luzon, with the Council Presidents joining us via Zoom.
Pursuant to Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2022, this meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee is being conducted both in person and via remote participation. A reminder that persons who would like to listen or view this meeting while in progress may either attend here in the City Council chamber or use our Facebook or YouTube channels. At this time, can you please join me in the pledge? Councilors, we don't have any minutes to approve, so we're going straight into new business. First item, item 201-25. Where did the director go? Is he in the office?
Yes, inside.
All right, first item is item 201-25, authorization to expend in the amount of $44,000 towards the Sustainable Materials Recovery Program. From, please hold, counselors. I thought you were here for, porque hay algo close. There's food there too if you want some. All right. All right, counselors. So item 201-25, authorization to expend $44,000 towards the Sustainable Materials Recovery Program from Mass DEP is actually going to be tabled this evening until we have the recycling coordinator here with us. So can I get a motion to table
So
item?
moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilor Marmol, seconded by Councilor Luzon. Roll call. Councilor Marmol.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Item 202-25, authorization to expend in the amount of $250,000 towards the waste reduction project for a permanent household hazardous waste facility, brought to us by a recycling coordinator, Nelson Silva, is also going to be tabled until the next meeting. So can I have a motion to table?
So moved.
So move. Second.
Motion has been made by Council Marmol, seconded by Council President. Roll call, Council Marmol.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Item 230-25, appropriation transfer in the amount of $116,800 from free cash to the Office of Planning and Development Infrastructure account, which is for a payment of construction of easements from MassDOT towards the Lawrence Rail Trail project, is also going to be tabled. I did receive communication from Director McCarthy that he was unable to attend to join us this evening, so can I have a motion to table item 230?
moved.
Motion has been made by
Madam
Council
Chair,
Marmol.
for that, I would like to recruit myself
Oh,
out of
yes,
this item.
yes, Counselor.
No problem.
For the record, Council President Rodriguez is recusing himself for item 230-25. So motion has been made to table by Council Marmol. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Luzon. Roll call, Councilor Marmol.
Yes.
Council President is recused. Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And that is all for now. Councilors, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion has been made
Second.
by Councilor Marmol, seconded by Councilor Luzon. Roll call, Councilor Marmol.
Yes.
Council President.
Yes.
Councilor Luzon.
Yes.
And the chair votes in the affirmative. Thank you, councilors. Be here for 7 p.m. budget hearing.
If all the meetings could be this way.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
I just kidding, I'm kidding. Then we'll never get anything done.
Thank you.
Y peso 8. Era que se volvió un ratón.
Sí. Anda, para que te trepe arriba y lo hagas.
¡Ay, uno! ¡Ay! Pero ven acá.
Dígame. No hagas show, no hagas show.
Yo quiero saber quién va a reparar eso. Sí. No, pero ¿por qué te da? No. Oh, porque no. ¿Y por qué todo no se puede hacer wireless?
Todo debe ser wireless, pero hay cosas que no.
No se puede hacer.
Lo que es wireless no tiene la calidad de lo que es. ¿Me entiendes?
Sí.
Siempre va a fallar.
Eso es lo malo de ese plástico con el metal. Mierda.
Ya
Eso,
está.
oh, sí.
Bueno, todos esos cables eran por fuera, estamos dando todo por dentro, y todo eso, todos lo estamos metiendo por dentro, estamos desapareciendo todo lo que cabe.
¿Y qué es esa vaina que están haciendo?
Son sus perros de cine, como así.
Pero, guau.
Darle más solemnidad.
Ok.
¿Tú estás de acuerdo?
Sí, está bien. I understand it.
Vamos a darle solemnidad al salón.
I understand it.
¿Cómo va a ser este salón tan importante? Mira allá, así era todo. ¿Qué te pasa?
Sí, ¿no? Me gustó.
Bueno, está puesto así para que tú veas que eso no es como YC, eso no se va a caer. Pero primero para que tú veas que está puesto, mira.
Este no es que se
Ven a YC.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I wish you the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. No, you will be nice about it.
Yeah. And then to the grind.
That was my honeymoon.
Yeah. Then I come back and then we come there. Yeah. I'm already getting it. Yeah. A little shorter than that, but that's okay. A little shorter than we expected, right? Yeah.
Yes.
But the school's a great answer. It's, like I said, just quick, like an official, I'll go over you and, just meet you, like with Tommy, and that way you can show me around or whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? So I'll have him reach out to your secretary and see. Yeah. Oh,
But I got kids.
Yeah.
Which is the law.
Yeah. He really, he loves his job, like, you know what I mean? He's innovative, he's always thinking, hey, do you understand whatever I'm wondering, you know what I mean? So we certainly need that.
Yeah.
So that's awesome.
But they've done, they certainly have done a nice job. Marshall schools, whatever the past.
Yeah.
Nice shirt.
I'm very happy to hear that.
You're around, do what you gotta do. I'm there.
Oh, yeah, you guys, yeah.
Today is one of those days that I still talk to you. Literally, I showered. No, I was dressed up, very nice this morning. Did my hair, I go to Alex. And then I went and got my coffee and some
Chief.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Well, good, so far so good. Yeah, that's great. What's up, man? Yeah, let's talk. Pictures.
There you go. You see that?
And your audiovisual crew was there filming the.
Suzanne?
Yes. Suzanne and crew.
Man, we didn't put that into the deal of like giving you all that stuff and that kind of publicity. Now filming, putting you guys on.
Yeah. Putting us on the map, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing.
Yes, for sure.
Let me text the gentleman. Right here. Yeah, please. It won't be that bad today. Let me text Mr. Martin so let him know that we are here. 7:08. Is this a Dominican court or is this an American?
They knew you were coming. Imagine that.
Yeah, 7 o'clock is when
They
it's.
want you to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. Because
I didn't
I asked them, you last.
That ain't happening.
Yes, it is.
Bedtime is 8 o'clock.
I told you, you will be last, if you're the biggest. And I wrote down all the questions that I wanted. You want more?
You know, since you guys were busting up doors, you should have put a window there. Oh, wait a minute, you took the windows out because you guys get rocks through your windows.
Well, and the 30-something years, the first time it happened since
That is not true.
Since I've been doing here. Or maybe when you were here, that was a different story.
We've been going nonstop. I suspect that
Chief, money bags? CFO. I don't do sidebar, man. Y ahí hay un pedazo de plástico. Ustedes se atreven. Ustedes se atreven a ahorcarme.
He wants to go last.
Parnell, appearance is, we. Next to Jason. Did you, how did you talk to her about collecting that? Those are the things that we're supposed to know.
Does it work?
I don't know, I'll try it.
Try it now.
I'll see, let me see. Let me see.
I was wondering why he set up a golf course last summer because that seems to have a date for that. Now I know why. Are you sure he's not sleeping with
I don't know. I don't think
Oh,
so.
you know what? No,
You have
never mind. This one doesn't take HDMI.
do you have a,
I think, no, dinosaurs. I don't have one.
Johnson here?
I got the printouts. Yo tengo printouts con los 4 slides. It's not-
what's the matter? Is the wrong one?
Esto usa.
Does it have an adapter? Do you
I
have
got
an
an
adapter?
adapter next to it.
Jason, you're in an 1849 building, including its technology. This is an LPS. Is it, do you, Wi-Fi?
We have one.
Okay.
Do you need us to print something?
No, I got it printed already.
Do you want to give them to Maria so she can, give them to her so she can pass it?
Not the same? So it's a one
No,
with
we have, like with us, we can do the air connect to the TV and then have.
It's working. I heard you guys when I was inside there.
What is?
The mic. An HDMI? You got HDMI?
No, there's an HDMI. We use the.
What do you have?
The Surface.
So the Surface doesn't have it.
The Surface is.
Yeah, so I use an adapter. That's what I need.
we should have, right? Because we can't just do that because you have an ownership,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'll get it. Let me get it.
There's that,
See. Let me make sure you get it.
I could run and go get one.
You wanna do that? And tell Carlos to run with you?
En la oficina de Danis.
No, I don't have the keys.
I do. I got a master key.
Ay, que no me digan que matar de frío a mí, no aquí.
You should send Carlos in case you have to get out. Send Carlos, it's easier.
Encargada del aire, vaya llega. Oh, porque hace frío. No, not on. Debe coger tu micrófono. ¿Tú no tienes frío? Ya. Y después lo prendemos. Bless you.
Thank you.
No, No hay cámara. Bueno. Y no, ¿por qué no graban con live o algo? Wow, that's you hear that? Stephanie, falta un cable. Oh, for the laptop. Okay. All right.
Can I have a motion to resume from recess? So moved. Motion has been made by the Vice Chair, Council Marmol. Is there a second? Seconded by Council President Rodriguez. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it. Councilors, we are, and our CAFO, because our CAFO and her team have been here. We are officially starting the last day of budget hearings. Thank you so much for everyone for their patience and their time yesterday. We had a really long evening and night. Today, we're going to be reviewing budgets from the Lawrence Public Schools, Charter School and School Choice, Bellevue Cemetery, Department of Public Works, Parking Enterprise Fund, Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund, Airport Enterprise Fund, the Public Library, and the Police Department. We're going to start off today with the Police Department. I'm told that LPS needs a little bit more time. So, Captain Aguilar, welcome back. Oh, Chief. I'm sorry, Chief. I'm still this is all new to me. This is all new to me. This is all new to me.
Good evening.
Well, he
Good
knows,
evening to all.
he knows that, it's a plan.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you wanted to start perhaps with the overview, with
Yes,
Director
let's
Shepherd, and then we
with
can get into what you requested.
overview. What page is it on? Oh, page 67. So what we've been doing, Chief, with other departments is we've been going through, well, you were here the other day, so you saw a little bit. We're going through all the changes, whether an increase or a decrease for each specific line.
Correct.
Going over the reasoning for that, and then we're gonna open it up for questions or comments from the councilors.
Okay. Start?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I can start if you're ready, yeah. So I believe that an email was, I hope that you received the email that was submitted to you today relative to the request that you made last time. Just the overview, number one, we talked about the captain's positions. The department's current budget includes funding for 5 captain positions. We are one short.
I'm sorry, is the mic on?
Hello?
Okay, that's
Yeah,
better.
I'll get closer. So, with regards to that, the email that was sent to you today, it starts off with the captain's positions. We're budgeted currently for 5. We currently have 4 right now. And at this time, there are no promotions are pending. I'm prioritizing right now departmental restructuring and hiring of new officers. I believe that this is going to, basically reduce the overtime costs, which constitute a good chunk of what I've seen was the over expenditure that resulted this year. I believe that the question was also relative to the deputy chief's position, the $175,000, which I would like to reallocate. This, I think, the reallocation of that will help me with regards to recruitment and hiring of new police recruits, which hopefully what it does is reduce the reliance on overtime. It reduces the overtime expenditures, which, as you know, usually hovers around $1 million. It alleviates the burnout for the police officers as well. And it also improves overall staffing levels, which are required, to provide services for the city. There was a question as to non-union salary increases, and I know that you wanted me to speak on that once I had a chance to review the budget. Once again, I think that I already touched upon the deputy chief situation, what my priority is, and why I would like the permission to basically reallocate that money. There are 4 increases for non-union employees. One of them is the Director of Support Services.
I'm sorry, Director of Support, sir, okay, yep.
And that would be on page, let's see if you guys.
69.
Page 69. So the Director of Support Services would receive a raise that constitutes approximately a 4.7% raise. Overall, in relation to the budget, it constitutes a de minimis amount, really, and I think it's well-deserved, particularly when you consider that Director Shepard is responsible for the procurement, obtainment, and management of approximately $4 million spread out over 20 grants. So she brings in quite a bit of money, and she's very, very busy with regards to those reporting requirements of those grants. And again, we're hovering just above what the cost of living allowance percentage is. So that's well-justified raise. With regards to the second raise on the page, the Director of Police and Community Relations, that also constitutes about a 4.3% raise, pretty in line with the cost of living allowance. I did have an opportunity to meet with Director today, and we went over a lot of the services that she's been providing for the community, which are substantial. The substantial, she's put some very substantial services. I also added something to her responsibilities with regards to missing children and certain reporting requirements that I would like to see implemented and outreach for the families. Last year, I think that they provided, within this year, they provided services to over 298 families, of which there are 200 minors involved. So I'm, between that and, now with the new missing children and exploited children reporting requirements that I would like to see documented, and the outreach that I'd like to see that division start to provide to these families, I again believe that is a justified raise. On page 72, on my last 2 individuals that are non-union that are receiving raises.
Hold on a second. Let's stop here at the police administration section and allow the counselors to ask questions or make comments on this specific section first. Any questions or comments? Oh, Council President?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, thank you again for the opportunity to ask questions in regard to every department. On this one in particular, the police department. Essentially, something that I like about a discussion we were having last night for a raise that was given to somebody was a significant raise. It was based on grants received.
Can you make sure your mic is closer?
Okay. It was, that raise was based on grants that we receive and stuff like that, and the management of those grants and finance and whatever. But what I like about that is that it was an MOU involved that include the extra duties, perhaps, as you mentioned, due to the fact that potentially, if we don't have that type of agreement, it could be a claim eventually, for lack of a better word. So if it is any extra duties that was not part of the job description, so make sure that you have some type of MOU agreement signed by that employee in the city with any extra duties that potentially might be added to the job duties and stuff like that. So that's something that I like. We saw that last night. And if it is anything like that related in your department, so make sure that that's done.
Okay, very well, will do.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor
Madam Chair.
Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, this is on. Do you have any idea, Chief, of how much money in grant has your Director of Support Services? How much money has she bring to the city?
Approximately $4 million.
$4 million.
Yeah, and that's over the management of 20 separate grants. But
20.
the total on that is about $4 million.
Without an assistant? It's just one person, department.
Right, I believe that, Rosie, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, we were able to hire an assistant last year. Oh, sorry. So we were able to hire an assistant last year.
Okay.
But we write and manage our own grants. We don't have anybody writing grants for us at this point. We do it all.
But the majority of the grants, the 4 million, majority has been without having an assistant or help.
Mhm. Half
Wow.
of that has been without an assistant.
Congratulations to you.
Oh,
That's
thank you.
amazing.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
But my assistant has helped me the past year with the remaining of the grants. I'm not going to lie about that one.
But that's good to know, and for the people to hear that the amount of money that you have bring to the city. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any.
Okay.
Just follow up on that.
Council President, let's see, Councilor.
No, and something that we need to add to the Director of Support Services is that she actually come to at least
Almost
24 of our
Yeah.
meetings.
Yeah, almost every
Because she
budget
go
meeting.
to the Budget and Finance Committee every time that we have, the police have something. And also to the full council to respond to questions. So the most familiar face that we have seen throughout is hers.
It's Director
So thank you
Shepherd.
so much
Yeah.
for the work that you do.
And
Yeah, I-
90% of the time, there is a grant pertaining to the police department on our agenda. Budget and
We're very
finance
busy
agenda.
with that, and Director Shepherd has done a great job. I reintroduced her to her children just yesterday, so I think that,
All right. Chief, let's move on with police operations, page 70 and 70 through 72.
yes.
So we're seeing, for example, personal services, we're seeing some decreases here. Walk us through those decreases. Purchase services, there's an increase, and et cetera.
Okay, so if we start at one of the very first one here, the salaries and wages, those increase because of, the contracts. So those are contractually guaranteed raises, and that's part and parcel of the collective bargaining agreements that were made between the unions in the city. You're going to see there was like I stated, the raise in the overtime. The mayor's recommendation for $800,000, I think, is well warranted. The average has been, and throughout all communities, the average is about $1 million in overtime expenditures that's allocated to that. I know that the capital's predecessor used to previously would budget us for $400,000, which is why year after year you would see us come back hat in hand requesting more money. We were under budgeted for that overtime every single time. I think that the 800 is more realistic relative to where we should be, which averages about $1 million in overtime. And again, this is one of those reasons why my number one priority is to hire more individuals, which will offset that particular the bottom line as to what we spend money on. And hopefully at that point, we're spending some money, but we're spending it for services. We're spending it to be fully staffed, and that way I could fully staff all of my proactive units, drug unit, gang units, and the like. So that's about that on that line. The holiday pay decrease, again, I don't know why that was decreased.
So the holiday pay was decreased based on the usage of fiscal year FY '24.
Okay.
And longevity, I think, decreased that as well. We have had some attrition, retirements and the like. So I did see the decrease on that. I think it's reflective of those retirements and people moving on maybe to other departments.
Chief, I'm seeing a $5,000 increase and I'm looking at purchase of services in repair and maintenance for vehicles. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because it's something I heard, I don't know if it's how true it is or not, but we have 4 cruisers that are in need of repair, and I've been told that supposedly instead of us repairing it, we're getting rid of it. Do we need those cruisers? Well, first of all, what I'm hearing true or false? And if true, how is the department in terms of vehicles and in need of vehicles and et cetera?
So the vehicles, first of all, the vehicles that we're getting rid of are older vehicles, and they're just not cost effective to keep on the road. Okay. These vehicles are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and there is no holiday weekends, and there's none of that. Mm-hmm. So, and as you know, we go to an extensive number of calls for service. And so that's something that wears down the vehicles very, very quickly. Insofar as the vehicles that we're getting rid of, those are very old vehicles. And what I've instructed the plant manager and the fleet manager to do is basically see what we can do to legally put those out for auction to see what we can get back. I want you to know that once a vehicle, especially marked units, are put out, we do all what we can to save money. We'll take the lights out, everything else, and we'll reallocate it to any of the newer vehicles. So there are many, many measures that are being taken to save money and, so that we can maintain a healthy fleet. But there are vehicles that are aged out. The vehicles in my detectives division, for example, are vehicles that, are up on 100,000, miles. We only have a couple that are relatively new. A lot of these vehicles are 7 to 10 years old. So, again, as they age, we keep them, but we're gonna get every drop out of them and every mile out of them. So that's basically it. But we're not getting rid of anything that could be fixed or used, and we can squeeze one more year out of.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Counselors, any questions pertaining to pages 70 and 71 before we move on to 72?
Madam Chair,
Counselor Luzon?
in purchase of services, can you explain, Chief, can you explain other purchases of services? Because I see a change there.
What we actually, with the department and with the CAFO, we decide to move the $159,000 from professional services to other purchasing services. It will give us more flexibility when it comes to do any contract with vendors, pay any invoices that doesn't fall on the professional services. But it was just that we just moved the fund from professional services to other purchasing services. The professional services? It It can be used to pay any vendors, any extra service that the police is using or will be using, any contract with any vendors. So it will not restrict the money to one specific subject, basically. So we will be able to hire a cleaning company to even go ahead and get a car, a unmarked car for the police department. Just an example.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kafel, can you explain this a little bit more to us? The other purchase services, we're seeing a lot of transfers into this account.
Yes, so
Is
I
it
spoke-
more lenient? Like, what is up with this line item,
Absolutely.
basically?
Yes, absolutely. Ramona Savalas, acting CAFO. So if you look at page 70, and I've been instructing most of the departments to do that, we have sections. We have personal services, then we have purchase of services, and then we have professional service and supplies. Any change from one character code, as we call it, or category to another, any transfer will require council approval. If you have transfers within purchase of services, let's say from electricity to postage or printing, depending on what the department needs, it just needs approval from the finance department and the mayor. So it's a lot more flexibility for the departments. Professional service, it's its own category, so anything moving to and from professional service will require council approval, which could delay a payment of an invoice or a contractual obligation.
So what I'm hearing is many of these departments are trying to go around the city council.
No,
That's-
not
that's what I'm
necessarily.
hearing.
Not necessarily. That line serves the same purpose as other purchase services, and it just provides a little more flexibility.
Yeah, but this is a hefty amount, and I'm seeing a trend with other departments doing it, which is why we're
But
even
they-
asking that question
Right,
to begin
they're
with.
not adding to the budget. All they're doing is moving it.
I didn't mean add, but it's being transferred from one account to another. And this
Yes.
isn't like, specifically with this department, this is a hefty amount, is what I'm saying.
Yes, so if you look
So
at
it sends a
their,
red flag in terms of like, I could understand there will be minor situations here and there where it will be easier on your department's end to maneuver and get things done, but why 159,000?
If you
Like,
look-
I guess from my part, I want to hear examples as to
what's in that line item?
what
Yeah.
would facilitate
So
this
let me
department
just
to use these,
drive your attention to that same professional services. If you look at the actual, for example, FY '23 actual was 198,000, FY '24 actual was 139, FY '25 through April 22nd was 125,000, and the budget for FY '25 was 159. So it's the same budgeted amount, it's a level funded account, it's just moving it to an account that provides more flexibility. I also advised the council president to do the same, and he did do the same transfer for the council department. It's not,
I know, but
it's just,
but I want to learn.
oh, no, absolutely. So you
I
want to
wanna
know
learn. I
what
want-
is included in that account?
I want to know what makes it so, what facilitates it. Give me an example as to how in this line item, what makes it easier?
So
What
let's say,
services?
let's say you want to, some of the things, I'm not sure what all of the things the department covers under other purchase services, but let's say they have a vendor that provides a service to the police department. It might not be professional service in terms of a vendor such as an attorney or, let's say, a CPA or so forth. It's just a purchase service. So it's a little more general. It provides more flexibility for the services that they're currently providing or they're currently paying for. Do you know what I mean?
Hold on just one second. I flipped over to the city council. I'm looking at other charges and expenses. I'm seeing for the city council, it's only 10 grand. Whereas, using the police department for an example, since we're here on it, but this is almost a $100,000 transfer, and that's alarming when we're hearing, you know, it's more flexibility because they don't have to come in front of the council
Oh,
for
no.
that amount of.
I guess that's not the main point here. The
Okay.
main point here is it's a level funded account.
Yep.
We're just putting it in an account that's a little more general. Professional service is very specific to what
Yeah.
it covers, whereas other purchase services covers a lot more vendors and a lot more flexibility for the department.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? It's the same amount, it's just moving it from one account to another.
Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, essentially, the thing here is the following. I understand that is a lot more flexibility on the other purchase services. But, and I did that, but we have to maintain professional services. Because eliminating it, which is, it could be the trend because we're just doing it at the, one of the main departments here. We're ensuring that the department is being held accountable with professional services, professionals coming in, and be able to be use it under that department. That force us, or force the departments to hire professionals that fit into that specific section. And that's the thing about the importance of maintaining it,
Yes.
potentially reducing it.
Yes.
To analyzing well what we have need
Yep.
and stuff like that, and if we don't need much of a professional services, but we need some, it's important to maintain it. So because the trending is going to be that.
This
Yeah.
doesn't mean that they're not gonna use it.
No, I know.
Because
I know.
they're gonna use what they need, and that's what they've been doing for the last.
No, but the thing is like, I understand that they're going to need it, they're going to use it, but eventually it could be that they use it for other purchases on services. Perhaps instead of hiring a professional to do something, they have the flexibility to hire an extra cleaning company and be able to use the funds for cleaning instead of professionals.
Yes, that's.
You know what I mean?
That's not the intention.
No, I know.
Yes.
I know that's not the intention, but this is the first year. You know,
Well,
you know what I
just-
mean?
I can show you many other departments that have been doing that. It's just an accounting thing, has nothing to do with doing things
I got
differently
you. I
or doing
understand.
different things with different vendors. They will continually use the account for what they've been using it so far. They're not gonna change any process internally. It's just a matter of where the invoices
I
are
know,
being hit.
but the thing is like, I get your point when it comes to flexibility, but also get my point. Been here for quite some time now, 10 years at the council. And I seen that we started one way something, and then 5 years from now, the intent disappear, and we're just using it. 10 years from now, the intent is even forgot. You know what I mean? That's why it's important to keep it. Keep some funds that force the departments to use it. What is, you know, the intention is not, flexibility sometimes is good, for sometimes is bad. And that's what I meant. And essentially, the trending is to use it. I use it on my budget, but I keep some money on the professional services, on that line item, because I want the whoever's running the council, myself, to be forced to be used it as is what is supposed to, instead of just having that little flexibility. You know what I mean? So essentially, it's good to transfer some, identifying what is the real need of the department, identify that amount of money, but transferring it all, it might become an issue. Not now, not 5 years from now, but and then 10 years from now, the intention we even forgot. And then all of a sudden we're fighting within the city saying, no, that was not the intent back then, 10 years ago when the council approved this. Oh, when the department didn't transfer those two, that was not the intent, because trust me, I have had this conversation before. You know, we have one of the rules of the city council that it was for the city council to make quorums on subcommittee meetings. But at one point, the intention of making quorums, or the council president to make the quorums, was not used for that. It was used to take advantage of advancing an agenda. Me personally, I haven't used it on that way. But it is, the intention sometimes we forgot about it, that's all. So it's like keeping some on the professional services. It's like even it look nice because professionals are gonna be higher. You know what I mean? So that's what it is.
Point well taken. I do believe that they will continue to use the money for the professional services. It's just a different object code. Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
I'm concerned about the flexibility of this amount of money. It can open, in the council president mentioned, refer in his comment to that. I'm concerned about the use of this money, and as a counselor, I would like to see how this money was spent, if it's possible, Chief. I understand that in the past, 5 supervisors were investigated, nothing to do with you, Chief, but I have to ask a question. 5 supervisors were put under investigation by the police department, by the previous chief, interim chief. And my concern is that this amount of money can be used for retaliation. I'm concerned about the amount of money and the flexibility, and also concerned about retaliation against other officers. So I would like to know how the money was spent in the past months, and how us as a counselor can stop this from happening again if this money was used to put other officers under investigation. Did I make myself clear?
Yes, and I'm going to be looking at how this particular line item has been used, and we can go back a year or two on that.
Yeah.
And get that. I completely understand your concern. It's a legitimate concern. We shared in those concerns as well, was particularly when some of these investigations were initiated without probable cause, and they were arbitrarily initiated, and there were members of our department that were targeted. So we understand that concern very well, and I can assure you that is not something that will be happening with us, but I do understand, and I'll get the expenditures to you, so you can get a general idea of why that flexibility actually is something that is needed moving forward. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councilor Marmol.
I just want to make sure that I'm highlighting, unfortunate for you, Chief, that, again, I want to make sure that you're aware that we're not trying to challenge the purpose of the money and how you plan on spending it. The unfortunate part is that it is a pattern that we've noticed with other departments, and then it just so happens that seeing this pattern again and you before us, and me noticing right now, I'm looking at fiscal year 2023, that line item is 0. Fiscal year 2024, 0. Fiscal year 2025, 0. And then for 2026 is 159,000. So as much as we are supportive of the Lawrence Police Department, supportive of the initiatives and the work that you guys do, and we know that it's well-deserved, as to how this money, or how we suppose this money is going to be spent, we're gonna have to question it because it doesn't make sense. it doesn't make sense for us, and I'm sorry if this money is meant to be well intended for the use of how your department is to be run effective and efficiently, but if our current CAFO could actually try to make sense of why, since 2023 up until now, it's always been at 000, and then all of a sudden we have, like, and is that moving forward? Are we just doing away with professional services?
Not necessarily.
Because if everything could be done through other purchases and services, right? Then,
So I have
then
a
what's
list
the need of the professional if everything could be done through the other one?
So I have a list of things that have been done through the professional services, and just to clarify, the prior years have been 0, but it's basically, it's level funded. They're not adding anything to their budget. It's just being moved from professional services. I understand. So I'm sorry?
No, but I understand.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify. So some of the things they've spent their money under that category is MMA Consulting Group, LPD Assessment for Captain, MGT Impact Solutions. Again, MGT Impact Solutions, it's a consulting company. They have monthly cleaning services for the police department. They have uniform and equipment. Have International for the insurance that they pay. So it's all a whole bunch of services provided for the police department. So these are the expenses that are going there. Again, it's just moving it from one object code to another. Pretty much everything's going to stay the same in terms of what they use the account for. Do you have a question?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Council, for explaining that, but it still doesn't give me details of what was the service for. Giving me the names besides the cleaning company, but the others I would like to know, specifics. What the details about the type of services that the police bought through this item, if it's possible. Sure. Thank you, Council.
All right. So now do we have any questions pertaining, page 72, where it goes into the police operation,
Yes, I have one question.
salaries, Council President?
On 170, I have a quick question. Ammo supplies for the
I'm sorry,
police.
which one?
On 170. On supplies?
71?
Page 70, sorry.
Page 70, okay.
And under supplies. So, and then we have ammo supplies for the police. So can you just go over a little bit of how
Why it's doubled?
why it's double?
Yeah.
But I mean, I know that potentially based on the certification and stuff like that, but I mean, I just want you to explain a little more.
Yeah, so the price is doubled because the post commission now requires shooting to take place twice a year, whereas before it was only once a year. So in order for us to maintain our certifications, we have to shoot twice a year now. Yeah.
All right. 72, where we go through the titles, positions, salaries. Councilors, any questions or comments on this page? I have a question. Chief, for
Yes.
the patrol officers, we have 135 listed. Is that the amounts that we currently have? Or does that
No.
include positions, no, it's okay. Does that include positions that we need to also fill?
Well, right now, we're currently budgeted for 135 officers, which I submit to you is below where we actually should be. But right now, we only have 109, so we're 26 officers short. So you understand, my dilemma here. So we're short-staffed, 26 officers.
Well, I'm gonna say this publicly, because this happened publicly yesterday too. So I want to actually thank you for putting our frontline safety officers and officers as a priority. We had a similar discussion with the fire department last night regarding the assistant chief position. And I brought up a point how that salary could be used to hire 2 more code enforcement officers that we were told that we need. And you are here saying, this is what we need more men and women out on our streets. We're significantly below. We can figure out the deputy chief later on, but right now we have an issue to take care of. And I want to thank you for that, because that is more important than anything else for our community.
Thank you.
You have a question? Council President.
Thank you, Madam Chair, again. We have the deputy chief that you say that you were gonna relocate it. So I'm just wondering how we going to do the relocation? Probably that's a question to the CAFO. So if you're going to relocate it, that telling us that we cannot make those cuts on the budget because you're gonna use it for something else. But if we keep it within this line item, perhaps it's like we can hire, we leave it here, we can hire the deputy chief tomorrow. And then all the promise went out. So I'm just wondering, how are we gonna transfer that money now? Or can we transfer before we approve the budget with that? Can we do that?
It is with the same category of personal services. There's no need to transfer. So you approve the budget as is, so it can be used within the same, it's kind of like going back to my point before, where you have the flexibility of moving it around. So it will be in the same, the way the council approves the budget, it's by category. In this case, it will be in the personal services category, administration versus operations, so that's okay.
So so we have administration, and you can use that fund on the administration on the operations?
Yes.
Okay, because it's on the personals.
It's correct.
Okay. All right, but what ensure us that the deputy chief is not hired tomorrow? What it will, you know what I mean? Because it's still here.
Right.
The position is still.
That is
approved.
not
You know what I mean?
so much accounting, it's more operational. I leave that to the chief.
Okay, no problem. I just want to know, like, if there is any that we can potentially transfer to the other side instead, you know what I mean? And not leave it on this side.
Well, I will certainly seek a little guidance from the CAFO later on insofar as how we can make it so perhaps that money is just fully allocated towards the officers. We can get the numbers down at 175. You're looking at about 2.6 officers. So perhaps we can raise the number of police officers on the line and remove the title altogether. So something to that effect, if that's a legitimate way to do it. I'm still learning on this, you know, particularly these particular intricacies, but we can certainly do that, and I certainly understand the concern in that particular. You can rest assured I'm not going to be asking for a deputy chief, but
Yeah, I mean,
we will certainly address that.
The reason that why I bring this up is because at some point, if the council say, you know what, we're just removing the deputy chief, could happen, and then the fund is. No, the fund will be gone. So we don't want that.
Yeah, because
We want the money to be used for what you just said. But under this category right now, the administration should be transferred to operations, right? And then be able to have this money up there, and then, I don't know, I'm just saying.
So, long story short, you have a week or so, or 2 weeks, I want to say max, until the special meeting, the budget special meeting. You guys have time to figure out how this could be situated, and just, CAFO, just bring us like an updated sheet that we can include in our budget, and we'll be set to go on that. Okay, Chief, police animal control.
Animal control, where are
And
we?
this is the last section for the
What
police
page is
department.
that, 72?
73.
72. Oh, yeah, I was going to address that too, but blah, 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 blah. It's page 73, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Salary, overtime, longevity, clothing, heating, electricity. Animal control. Okey doke. It looks like it's fully funded, it's level funded from, I think, the 2025 fiscal year.
Yeah, it's completely
It's the same, there's no change on that. We do have an issue with the animal control officer at this point. This person is currently on leave, and just today, I spoke with Director Garcia regarding getting a status on this particular animal control officer. So a lot of that is going to be resolved pretty quickly. We're either going to bring her back or let her go. One of the two is going to happen, but it has to happen. I can't have a vacancy there. Right now, I have, the Director of Facilities is going to, covering. We have a lieutenant covering, taking care of the animals, feeding them, and all this other stuff. That just can't continue anymore.
So, Chief, we have one animal control officer who's on leave, or two?
Two.
All right,
We
so-
have two, one is on leave.
Okay. All right. You just answered my question. All right. Any questions?
Madam Chair,
Council Luzon?
my question is, on page 72, I don't
Yes.
think do we?
All right, so we're also with animal control. It's completely level funded. Let's go back to 72.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair. Plan manager, I see a change there, $7,550.
Yes,
Please
so-
explain.
Yes, there is that's approximately 11.5% increase in his salary. What should be noted about the plant manager is that this plant manager is also our fleet manager. Most departments have a fleet manager, plant manager. He does a combination of both jobs. We have a substantial fleet, and it requires a lot of attention. He also does our radio systems. So he's kind of a jack of all trades in that. But I think that the change, though it looks like a jump at 11%, is still substantially lower than his counterpart. Let's say North Andover pays $92,000. Our plant manager only makes $72,800.
And I'm going to have to say this again to you, Madam Chair. I get, I'm not going to use, let me rethink what I want to say without offending, but I see salaries that they don't make sense, not only in this budget, in other departments. And I hear you're telling us that this person is doing 3 jobs, basically, and getting this amount of money, which is still not a lot. I was concerned about the change because it's a lot. It looks like a salary increase. But based on what you're explaining, this person is doing 3 jobs and getting paid for 1. And on the other hand, we see people doing 1 job and getting this unbelievable salary without, and doing the minimum.
You're not qualified.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a concern that I want to put out there. Thank you, Madam
Well
Chair.
taken.
Councilor Marmol.
Chief, do you mind walking me through the career incentive? What does it mean and why the increase? Just to make it make sense to me and walk me through it.
So the career incentive, if I'm not mistaken, has to do with the educational, is that? Yeah, the Quinn bill. So the city and the department and the unions had reached, during collective bargaining agreement, they reintroduced the Quinn bill there. The Quinn bill was essential for us to stop the bleeding of people leaving to other departments and the like. And it's an incentive that's provided to pretty much an educational incentive that's provided to most of the communities.
All set? All right. Oh, Councilor, I was going to call you Councilor Levy. Councilor Luzon. Listen, it's been a long week, okay?
Yes.
Of budget here. Councilor Luzon.
We need to keep the fun of the meeting.
We need to keep it fun, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to page 69, Director of Police and Community Relations. What you described at the beginning about adding more responsibility, I was under the impression that was part of that job the excretion. I remember when the domestic violence unit was created, I was part of that process. So this position, they took that piece out of?
So, my meeting with the director today, she revealed to me that the part about the missing children and exploited children during Chief Castro's tenure, he basically did away with that and said that that did not have to happen. I see that as a tremendous liability and a tremendous disservice to our children, and so we are introducing that again. We're doing that.
Yeah.
That needs to be done.
Yeah, and I think it's important to bring that back and to add to this, I know that this person that doing this job is also always available when we lose domestic violence victims in the community. I have the pleasure of working along with her through De La Mano, a nonprofit that I co-founder. And it surprises me that that piece, which is very important, taking in consideration how many children go missing in the community, is not part of her job's responsibility. But it's good to know that it's back. It doesn't mean that I totally agree with the salary raise, but it's good to know at least I can take that into consideration.
Right, but that
when
was
it's
not
my
her
time to
call,
vote.
Madam Councilor, as my understanding is. And just by way of reference, 2024, there were approximately 1,845 calls for service related to domestic violence.
Yes.
And, which is alarming. But 298 families were assisted, and that included 264 minors. And that's, counseling services, follow-up services and like. So that in and of itself is pretty busy. I was shocked when that missing children's aspect of it was gone. And so we introduced it. That's going to be a heavy workload because I want to go back to see if we've missed anyone.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm aware of the services and the great job that the domestic violence unit is doing. They are always available, and I'm a volunteer, full-time volunteer for De La Mano. And when I call, they are both available. So I also have to say that, they're doing an amazing job, and they also go out in the community. My concern about salary raise is not based on any particular position. It's based on the situation that we are facing as a city, and it's also based on the concern of some of my constituents. And we're trying, as councilors, we're trying to cut here and there to see if we can help balance this budget that is in front of us. But I'm completely aware of the services that the Domestic Violence Unit provides to the city of Lawrence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is that all? All right,
Thank you
Chief.
very much.
You
Have a
survived
great
your
evening.
first budget hearing as Chief. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
All right, can we have next Bellevue Cemetery? Huh? Are they ready? Are you guys ready? This is gonna be quick, so after that. Yeah, we're gonna take, it's a big budget.
Good evening,
Good evening,
councilors.
Director.
And thank you for your patience and effort. The Bellevue Cemetery once again have, I am Carmen, Bellevue Cemetery.
Say OJ.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm page 127.
127.
Oh, here, yeah.
Okay. Hi, Mama.
Counselor. And Mike as well. All right. Go ahead, Director.
Carmen, Superintendent of Bellevue Cemetery. It's a level funded budget, overall, everything is status quo. I did move a few things around to accommodate for one change, which was the overtime. And that's, the overtime is really just to compensate for my closing and opening at the cemetery. Throughout the years, I had never accommodated that expenditure, which comes under overtime, which always makes me go a little over. And the other change will be my salary increase, which falls into the Collins Center recommendation. And other than that, I'm open for any questions.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Council President.
Yes, I have a quick question through you. Madam Chair. Essentially, when we're mentioning the Collins Center give us a range. The Collins Center is not telling us, go to the max. Because, I mean, if we look at the increase, it's over, I would say, close to 30% increasement, 25% increasement. And thus, the Collins Center is not telling us, like, it is a range anywhere for the specific amount of years that you're going to be serving. So the budget is not level funded because, I mean, we've seen an increasement of salaries. So it is not level funded. So, and then the Collins Center recommend us to have a specific range on the salaries. Having an increasement, we criticized that last night big time, tremendously. Having an increasement of a 25% increasement, it's a significant increasement, knowing the fact that we actually increasing taxes up to 3.89% or 4.1%. I don't know the right amount yet, but it's over a 3.89. So it's kind of like, tricky to kind of like justify that type of increasement on the budget.
Well, I think they also based it on my board of directors that I have been here 4 years. I didn't get an increase, and they based it on 3% of the cost of living per year.
I would say
And they also based it on the comparative salary that my position could deserve. They also based it on my work ethics, and that I could probably deserve to get paid based on my education and my work.
Yeah, I understand that.
They
but
also based it on that is comparatively what other directors get in the city. Sir.
And I understand that, yes. I understand where you're coming from and what the board's coming from. But I mean, we also need to justify this budget to be able to get a budget through.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely. That is your
like,
job.
What is it? What is it that we're gonna do? I mean, it's like, it is a tough situation. We're increasing taxes, but we're increasing taxes based on services. But what I'm seeing, the trending that I'm seeing is that we increase, everything is level funded, except for salaries. You know what I mean? So we're increasing taxes to increase salaries, perhaps. That's the tough situation that we're in. And it's not just you, but it is what we've seen, the trend that we've seen on the budget. Because everything is level funded, everything else, all the services and everything. So I just want to bring it up, and it happened to be that last night we saw a tremendous increase. We called it up, and there was two. One that was $30,000, and another one was significant amount. And what the answer that I get from one of them, I think it was a fair answer, because it was something related to an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding between the city and that person. And as soon as that person stopped doing those duties, extra duties that was not part of the job, that salary is going, that person is going to go back to the base salary. So that's basically what it was, like, kind of like, it's a fair thing. If you do more work, you get more money. But if it is just, based on a recommendation from the study that we approve, Yeah, the study that we approved, it gave us different level of salaries, not going all the way to the max, right?
No,
away.
they stayed within my range. They stayed within my salary range. They didn't go just with
No,
the study.
they went all the way to the max, from one side, one extreme to the other extreme.
I think they took that into account that I will be retiring soon. I think they also consider that.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to go back to last night meeting when we were reviewing the mayor's office salary. And it's sad that we have to see assistants, not only the mayor's office proposed budget, also in community development and the planning. We saw last night officers making almost $100,000. And it's sad to see a director making that amount of money. I'm not saying that my colleague doesn't have a point, he does have a point, but it's also, it's, and I'm gonna say it again, it's not fair to see officers making over $100,000.
What do you mean when you say officers?
Like,
what do you-
yesterday we saw a,
Not police officers.
no, a, how do they call it, at the, planning? Project, yes. Say that again, Cuff? Yeah,
Project officers.
project officers making.
Business, economic
Isn't
business
that-
project officers.
That is not fair. And I understand the point that my colleague, council president is making, but taking, we have in front of us a director of the department, and look, her salary. If we compare that, also a woman, and I'm gonna go back again to having a woman as a director, and we're gonna compare that to men's, that are directors for this administration. So we have to try to find a common ground here, because I believe that the type of work that this director is doing has to be reflected in her salary. And I know that, and perhaps you can talk a little bit more about the things that is happening at the cemetery, because I know that things are changing over there, and families are happy. That's the last place that we go to say goodbye to our loved ones. And we want to have someone that is professional, someone that knows the community, but it's also someone that that a salary reflects the amount of work that she has to put in. So I hope that we can find a common ground and take in consideration what I just mentioned.
You know, I would talk on behalf of, in general. Every director that does perhaps get a salary increase, counselors, the city also has to reflect that they need to get paid comparative to what they're doing also. So the salary increase, if you're seeing that and a level funded budget, that has to happen. They need to get paid for what their work and their worth. Not just myself, but any director. So in order, it could be a tax increase, but everyone, if you want quality, you want work, you want things to happen, they need to be paid appropriately. So you have to take that in mind. That has to happen first, regardless. So yes, people are not being paid where they need to get paid. And then you could put me there also. But that has to happen. So maybe you're just seeing it for the first time, or it hasn't happened, but you need to put those things in place. And lots of great things are happening at the cemetery. Unbelievable. And I think the work itself speaks for itself. And the biggest thing is for all residents that are seeing, they see it. The residents see it. And Google sees it, because I'm all over Google.
I will know. To you, Madam Chair, and it's not fair to have a project officer making almost like more than $100,000 and having a director making the same amount. So we're going to have to find a common ground. I believe that this administration sometimes has no clue when it comes to salaries, because we see it.
By the way, this recommendation for my salary did not come from the mayor's administration, even though he did support it 100%. This recommendation came from the board of directors at the Bellevue. They asked for this recommendation, I don't know if you recall, last year, and I wasn't able to get it. So they asked for it again this year. I don't know if you do, Mr. Council President. So I've been waiting for a little bit. So maybe before I retire, you guys were granted.
Well, no, and thank you for explaining that, but what we have in front of us is the mayor's proposed budget. So that's why I referred to that, because you mentioned that at the beginning, that it was your, the board that made that recommendation.
They really, yeah.
And my comment is based on what I've been seeing and the different salaries, and some of them, they don't make sense. And it's a red flag, unfortunately.
So across the board, and this is for all the departments,
Yes.
we've been saying this throughout the whole budget hearing process. It's not just you, Director. We definitely see and know the hard work that you put in and know your qualifications. But as a council, as a budget committee, we're struggling with a financial situation that we have to be a bit more conservative. Councilor Marmo one day pointed out that the city council was too flexible with salaries previously, which she's right about. And then we're also seeing that titles or positions, I'm not gonna say individuals, but certain titles and positions are getting massive amount of raises, even though they're not qualified or not the best qualified, or because they're, friends with so-and-so or next to so-and-so, et cetera. So we're seeing all of that in this budget. We've seen it before. Now an added layer is that financial conservative situation that we're in, that we should be honoring in order to keep our city afloat, right? So it's not anything for you, but so these are where the two comments are coming from, and as a council, we got to figure out a happy medium in order to honor individuals like you said, that deserve it, that have the background, that are working really hard for our community, and also ensuring that we keep our city financially well.
You guys are in a tough seat.
Council President.
Thank you.
How are you?
Thank you.
One last question, Director.
Yeah, and I have a big echo here. Well, essentially, just for transparency, I have my 3 little book here that I look from previous year to another year, because sometimes the increasements, we don't see when that happened, so I like to look at it. So back in 2023, the position was at $85,000 max. And then it was a recommended $10,000 increasement in 2004 budget. And then you received $10,000 increasement at that time. And then at 2025, you did not receive anything. And then at 2026 budget, you are recommended to receive $29,000. So it's a total of $39,000, which represent about 45% increasement within 3 years. So it's significant. I just want to put that out because we have been looking at it, and when we see this type of increasement, we put up those numbers so that people knows what we're dealing with. It's not in favor or against anybody. It's a normal process that we need to put up, because it's like I said.
I understand.
It's like, it is a tough situation.
You guys have to do your jobs.
Thank you.
I understand, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Before you leave, I have one question. Does the department have any lawsuits pending?
Ours, yes. I'm sorry, I did forget, yes. That was a while before my time.
Before her time, she said.
feel putting you.
The one I know of was 2018.
Have those been settled, or they're still currently pending? What's
It
the
was
status?
settled recently. It was one.
So, obviously, because of the legal situation, Councilman.
Yeah, it was, mostly it had to do with the funeral home.
Okay.
But the cemetery had to get involved.
I recommend you follow up with the director
Yes.
and the city attorney for more details, because
For
there's
more
certain
details.
there's certain things we can't publicly
Yeah,
state.
right, I
but-
really am not privy
but-
and
but
I
you-
wasn't really involved.
Yeah, but I think the major question was answered, and if
Yes.
she wants more details, she'll follow up.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have Lawrence Public Schools. Wait, I believe this is your first budget hearing, right, with us?
Yeah,
Welcome, Superintendent.
yeah. My understanding is that the rules are you take it easy on the rookie,
No.
the first year. So was the previous rookie. Listen, before I begin, I just want to make a plug for Director Lopez, because I might see her sooner than she thinks, and I need someone to make sure that the grass gets mowed wherever I'm at. Just in case. You never know. It's always good. Those of us that have lost loved ones have a personal relationship with little pieces of land over at the cemetery that we consider sanctuary for us. You've been battling and going through it, huh?
I had to pay $4.
All right, thank you, Mr. Council President, Vice President, Counselor. We appreciate you having us. Let me just begin by introducing a couple of the administrators that are with me here, that I will be calling upon. I'm going to set the tone and give the background and the preference regarding the school budget, and then I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jason Cabrera, to lead you through the
Hold on.
budget,
Do
and
you
you can
want
ask him
to
questions.
Pause a second until we figure out yeah. Are you guys good?
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out if I plug it in, if it's gonna take away from,
Oh, it will, yeah. So let's wait until he's done with his intro, and then, yeah, thank you.
I
ahead,
also have
Superintendent.
with me Deputy Superintendent Matos, and I also have, that's sitting quietly in the back, she gets nervous talking in public, my Assistant Superintendent of Student Support Services. Student Support Services includes special education, Arlene, wait a minute, Redingler. Arlene, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Good. I might change it to like Alfonso or some other name that we're used to, because it's not good to do that. Just as a point of reference, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Lawrence is at 13,740 students. I think that at the beginning of the next year, we'll probably break the 14,000 student mark. That's a lot of kids. 2,600 full-time employees, another 400 temporary employees, for a total of 3,100 employees.
Superintendent, what page are you?
No,
Where-
these are just
Oh,
numbers
these are
that I
just
deal
okay,
with
okay,
constantly.
Okay, got it.
Of what we gotta do, correct? 28 school buildings and about 28,000 parents constantly grace our schools and always look to find out how we can better provide quality services through education for our kids. And knowing that we need to prioritize in projecting this year's budget. We focused on enhanced curriculum materials and professional development. The enhanced materials has to do with the changes that we're making that reflects what the needs of our students are and what they're learning in school. Obviously, professional development is a very important aspect of making sure that teachers are effective at being able to teach kids. We're committed to expanding early childhood programming. Next year, we open 4 classrooms in one of our buildings that will house the 4-year-olds that will be exposed to full kindergarten instead of half a day. The research says that when you have kids in a 2-year kindergarten, some of them might be a little bit slower. It would take them 2 years to be at grade level. And those that accelerate, wonderful, we push them harder. The object is to make sure that we have kids reading and computing at the 3rd grade, which guarantees 95% will graduate from high school. That's what the research says. I think our parents are excited about that. I know that we have in our other sister schools, the charter schools have full-day kindergarten for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds. And that's why they have the type of test scores that they have with their kids, because they're exposed very early on to a rigorous curriculum. We have redesigned our academics and our summer opportunities, and this is essential, especially when our most vulnerable students need more and more. Those robust enrichment opportunities includes expanding summer school, particularly for our most vulnerable kids. That would be kids in our special education department. Our newcomers program of students that are new in the country, so we can accelerate academics so that when they come to school in September, they're ready on the first day. And obviously, some of those robust enrichment opportunities is making sure that we can expand after-school programming and accelerated academics during the February and the April vacation. We invested in smaller class sizes. You can't teach kids if you have 31 kids in a classroom. You just can't. It's impossible. Ideally, I would love to have a student-teacher ratio of 20-1, where we can really push our kids, but we know that we can't.
20-1.
Ideally, I would love to have a student-teacher ratio in a classroom of 20-1 versus sometime 28 and 30-1. That's why we have to keep an eye on the growth of the community in terms of new folks coming in, and they come in with children. And while we're on the eve of celebrating 2 brand new schools in August, those 2 schools are already overcrowded and they didn't open.
Superintendent, I'm going to pause you right there. Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm glad that you are bringing this to our attention and to the public's attention. Many times when we've spoken about new growth in our community, we've mentioned the capacity of our schools, and we were told that our schools are not being, not by the LPS administration, from another source, but we've been told that it does not affect our seats, the seats in our schools. But we're already seeing that our 2 new schools that are remodeled and expanded
a thousand children in each one of them.
Yeah, already at capacity. So thank you for highlighting that, because we've been trying to make that point. And we're going to continue making that point, and we are aware that is an issue, a challenge, I would say.
Mr. Matos, what is the estimated amount of new apartments over the course of the next 5 years?
I think it's north of 500.
I'm sorry?
North of 500.
North of 500 new units of housing. It'd be nice if they were all elderly, but they're not. They're for young families. So if you look at those 500 units, I do data all the time, right? Because I have to. So if you got 500 units and you only had 200 of them that have 2 kids in each of them, that's 400 students, right? So it is a factor, and we have to consider those things. And again, those are things that we have to monitor to make sure that we can meet the needs of our families. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we've made some tremendous investments. The last piece that,
Council President.
Yes, please. I would like to have a couple of things for the record, because those records will be extremely important for other conversation that we keep on having, but not data. So I would like Maria to have for the record that the current student ratio for the city of Lawrence is between 28 to 30 to 1. And the ideal, but we're not there, will be a 20 to 1 ratio. Teacher students. And also I would like to have for the record that you have on the record that the current 2 schools that we haven't finished building, they're already up to capacity. We haven't, without even.
Counselor, in 8 weeks,
it.
those 2 schools are done.
Yes, exactly. So I would like to have those 2 datas for the record. So essentially, when we have this conversation, all the conversations around potentially housing and stuff like that, that we bring this up, we have those specific data provided by you at this point. Thank you.
One good thing that we will share with the council is that we're in the process, something that you know, of purchasing software that does predictions based on the data that we have, that we will be using to try to equalize children in schools, but it also takes into account all the data of residents, apartments, and it predicts different trends. And I hope that information helps us make smart choices based on what the data is telling us, so that it will help us gauge as to where is it that we need to start really focusing on, of where the trend is of all, where are your new families coming from, okay? And we know that a lot of them are coming into the Arlington district, and that is the area that it's the most congested. And so you have the Arlington, and you come down from the Arlington, you'll have an early childhood center, but then the 2 schools that take on all the newcomers would be at where the new Leahy School is going to be, or
Is
the
the
Oliver
Leahy
School.
School on schedule to be done on
Both
time?
both of them, Madam Vice President, on time and on budget.
That's awesome. Thank you, Superintendent.
Last piece that we focused on, last year during the summertime, we made a tremendous amount of investment in all of our facilities. No longer do you hear parents or kids crying that the buildings are too hot. Every room is air conditioned. The heating systems, roofs, windows, and we have not had to close school in the wintertime because it's too cold and the kids can't be there. That was a $28 million investment through the use of our ESSA funds, that we made sure that we used every dollar that was left. And we upgraded all of our schools. Our schools have never looked as clean, as bright as they have in over 3 decades. It's important that we protect that investment. So our plans are, how do we make sure we have a maintenance program that's going to keep those buildings looking like that? And don't forget that after hours, after our kids aren't there, our buildings are also utilized by community members, okay? So all of those things help contribute to the quality of life that we have here in the city of Lawrence. I've said enough in terms of what the priorities are. I'm going to turn it over to the CFO to do the budget presentation, and I would ask that you please engage and ask as many questions as you want. We want to make sure you understand that where we're coming from and how we're distributing through equitable means resources to all our families and all our students and our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. I'm not sure if I can project or not, but I have it pulled up. I don't know if I need to change the input. It's pulled up, but it's not showing. You do have, however, the printout for it. It's 4 slides, 5 slides, maybe. We'll talk about 4 slides. Yeah, yes.
We have it.
You might have to change the input on it for it to show, yeah, I'm assuming. I believe it needs to be changed so that it can project over there. I don't think I can do it from here. I thought it was attached.
Very nice.
Oh, okay, all right. And you'll forgive me, this is not, thank you very much, Chris. This is not I kept it offline, so it's on a PDF, so I'll be scrolling up and down and zooming in for folks to be able to see some of this stuff. The superintendent talked about his commitments, his priorities. One of the things that him and I have talked about in depth is about coming into the district and talking about transparency, right? And one of the things that, with that in mind, is that we cannot have accuracy without accountability, and we cannot have accountability without transparency. So that's why whenever we sit down and talk about budgets and where our money is going and where it's being spent, that's, we keep that in mind and work out from there. Let me, This is the commitments that the superintendent talked about. Another commitment that I'm going to add to this is that we are committed to fulfill our contractual obligations. We have 13 unions. We're working with, I believe we've closed out 3, maybe 4 of them this year so far. We have teachers union, paraprofessionals, custodians. We have a few unions that we're working with now. Administrators. So we're ready to fulfill our contractual obligations within reason, of course. And one of the things that is different here that from other places around us is that we plan to have every position that we have, teaching position that we have today, to be there when the school year starts. So we're not reducing our teachers' force. We are committed to giving our kids, leaving the teachers that we have, well, not necessarily the ones that we have, but those positions, and not laying anyone off or letting anyone go. So that's another commitment that we have. How did we get here? We started in October through December. We met with our department heads and look at their budgets, look at where their money has been going in the past and where their money is going this fiscal year. Kind of realigning the budget with the priorities. I think that over time that was lost. President talked about intent earlier. I think the intent of certain things kind of went away, and by virtue of level funding, some things remain the same, even though things changed. So I'll talk a little bit about, for example, our multilingual or English language learners, which is one of the priorities that the superintendent has. The city receives an amount of money for English language learners, right? We get between $2,800 to $3,000 for English language learners. So you would say with the amount of English language learners we have, we get $16, $17 million coming in via English language learners. No one could tell us, no one could tell me, how much of those $17 million actually went for the needs of our English language learners, right? So in coming up with the budget and talking about priorities, that's one of the things that we focused on. That's just an example of, in talking to department heads and talking to directors and the educators, what is it that, where is the need and what can we do to fix whatever deficiency we have. So that was between October, December, January through March. We went through the school planning process with the principals. LA board in April, May, and here we are today. A lot of engaging our stakeholders and planning for this. So the total appropriation that you'll see in the budget, and that would be on page 5, let's see, page 8. So in page 8, it's just, this is for the city of Lawrence, right? Separate from what the district, right, our district, Lawrence Public Schools, which is the total appropriation at the bottom. So $333,930,425 is the funds from the state, plus the contributions from the city. That will be our net school spending. Out of that, you subtract charter tuition in the amount of $46 million or so, 758 for school choice, 58,000 special education, municipal costs of $3.965 million. And then you add the reimbursement for the charter tuition, transportation, adult education, leases, and some additional Chapter 474 tuition, that CTE education that we get from the city. And
Jason, can you explain a little bit more what the charter tuition is? Like, what is that actual cost?
Yeah, so in the city of Lawrence, we have, I'm gonna look at the superintendent and ask him how many charter schools we have. 5, 3? We have 3, 2,000 or so students. So when the money comes into the city, that money is also for those charter schools. Okay. So, you know, the state gives us money not only for our 31 schools, or schools and academies, but also for the charter schools. So that money is taken and provided to the charter schools for them to run their operations.
And what is behind, like, what is the charter tuition? Like, I know what a reimbursement is, but what makes that?
So then we get back, what was it, $5,000 is the max for the reimbursement for the charter school. We get, but yeah, based on the formula, we get the money back that comes to the schools from that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Let me see. Let's see. Expenditures, those are the things that we have. Those are in your book. They'll be on page 11 and page 13. Those are the next 2 slides. I'm not gonna bore you with it, but it has things on this one here as things as salaries, benefits, utilities, facilities, transportation, tuition, contracts, supplies and materials, and some of the other miscellaneous charges that we have.
All right, so let's actually go through so it's not a boring topic for us, because we have parents and students in our districts and our communities that ask us questions about the school systems and et cetera. Yes. And of course, we have the superintendent and you guys available to us for questions, but we want to better understand the operations and.
Please, yes.
So that if we can do that, that would be great.
Yes. So, do you want to ask me, or you want me just to go down?
Go through it, and then I'll stop, and once you're done, and I'll ask the counselors for questions.
So let's start with categories of spending. We have salaries. That includes, as I said, 2,800 employees, 13 unions. Some of these, the education market is a very competitive market. We work with the unions to make sure that we secure contracts that are going to keep our teachers in the district, provide them with benefits that are comparable to districts around us and districts like us. So we have salaries for next year. We're projecting about $186 million in salaries. There's some severance pay in the amount of $500,000, stipends and extra duty, $5,358,000, and workers' comp in the amount of $330,000 projected for next year. Yes, benefits. I was gonna point out, we have one where we have variances, but let's continue going through this one here. Health insurance for next year, we're projecting about 22, a little bit more than $22 million. Medical bills, settlements, our Medicaid costs, and our, just as the health insurance going up significantly. Then we dental and group life. Utilities, we are, that has gone up also exponentially year over year. We are approaching it a little bit different. In the past, it seemed like we were paying those bills a little bit behind schedule. Now we're finally up to a point where we're paying our bills within 30 days, 45 the latest. So we have a better notion of what's going on. We don't have 4 months behind, and we got to come up with 3-4 times the amount of money that we should be paying on a monthly basis. So that is being taken care of. Tuition, that's what we pay for kids that go out of district. So it may be special education kids that go out of district or school, kids that have a need to be out of our district. Contracts in the amount of $16 million, that is professional services. It's $17 million. It's remained about the same from last year. Supplies and materials, one of the changes there is some of the educational supplies is probably the most noticeable, and that is what the superintendent was talking about in commitment to high-quality educational materials for our teachers and our children. Other charges, you have assessments there, which is the retirement system in the amount of $12 million, and other things that are day-to-day operations. If you go to page 13 on the budget book, which is the slide that I'm looking at now, it has costs or projected expenditures by departments and then by schools. So you go down the list, highest is at the top, and you work your way down to some of those other departments. I believe page 12, let me see. Yeah, page 12 has a table which has
Right over here. How many page numbers? They're like
our variance next to it, next to the amount.
page 12.
The variance, for example, in salaries projected for next year is about $8.9 million. Extra duty went down a little bit. What are others? We have repairment of buildings and repairment of grounds. That's gone up some by 1.3 million and 1.6 respectively. And health insurance going up about $4 million. And the next slide the one that I have pulled up here, talks about grants, just to finalize the revenue that we receive, in addition to the revenue that we receive from the state and Chapter 70 funds, we also receive grants. So our grants, they roll over year to year, so we're always on a 2-year cycle, and that is page 10. Page 10. So our grants roll over on 2-year cycles. We have Title I, Title II, 3, 4A, IDEA. Those are grants, those are federal grants. So those are the funds that we get from the feds, and they're specific to, Title I is specific to literacy. Title III, it has to do with some of our ML population, et cetera. So IDEA is special education, and then we have some private grants that are here, and then some state grants. we're hoping to expand our grant portfolio with a grant director that we just that came on board, very knowledgeable in the subject. So we're expecting to grow that a bit more. If you look at the second to last slide in your talks about spending overview on this one here. It just breaks down what percentage goes into salaries, the amount and the percentage, what percentage and amount goes into benefits, facilities, and instruction. I'll leave it here for a second before I move on to the next one. Any questions so far?
Any questions or comments, councilors?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Council Luzon.
Your presentation has so much information, and the way that the mayors present the budget it makes things more easier for me. At least I don't know about for the rest of the council members. But I do want to know how many new positions you want to bring. I know the amount is here, but I want to know how many new positions are coming to the Lawrence School Department.
So this year, we're bringing on probably the least amount of positions that we brought on in a while. SOA funding prescribes how many positions we can fund from that money, from the Student Opportunity Act, SOA, Student Opportunity Act. So that's 20 positions, and then we have an additional maybe 25 other positions that will be funded this year for a total of 45 positions.
To you, Madam Chair, do we have a way of seeing the titles of the new positions? I know that you're going to need more teachers for the new 2 schools that are almost ready. But there's any way that we can get titles for the new positions that you intend to add?
I'll be more than happy to provide that. I can tell you we have, just off the top of my head, we have 13 coaches. That's instructional coaches. Those are teachers. We have, with the expansion of, all the positions are related to the commitments that we talked about earlier. 8 positions are for early education teachers. We have 8 paraprofessionals that go with those 8 teachers. That's 8, 13. With the new schools, we're already adding, there's a school that is adding a kindergarten, so we're adding more teachers. All the positions that we're adding, with the exception of a safety officer, are educational related positions.
How many safety officers are you hiring? How many facility new employees are you going to hire?
Facilities were full. Facilities, last year,
We don't need any.
last year we hired 12, or not hired, we budgeted for 12 in preparation for the 2 new schools.
I remember last year we were able to see that information, Madam Claire. This year it's
This year is a lot, it's more compact, less detailed, and.
So I'll say this.
We did get a little late too, so there's some things that we weren't fully able to digest. but-
I'll say this. Last year was the first year of the Student Opportunity Act. That added 126 positions to the district. So the Student Opportunity Act, the first year was $47 million that we got from the state. So 126 positions were created then because of the Student Opportunity Act, right? So it was a lot. So it was more. We knew that we needed 126 positions, and in the process of creating those positions, that that's the information that you got.
okay.
Well, I'll be more than happy to provide you with.
Please
with what we're
do.
doing. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, and I'm not able to see the positions for the superintendent office. I would like to see those two.
Okay.
In salaries. Is
All
there
right.
any change in salaries?
We have, well, yes. We have the line item of administration salaries on, but I hear what you're saying. You're talking
Yeah.
about, are you talking about individual?
Oh, no, I'm talking about positions. We're not gonna go into
Okay. If you-
individuals.
So,
We are trying
Counselor-
to,
Councilor Luzon, if I can direct you to.
Yes.
To these tables here.
Attendance office is on this.
well, thank you.
Well, I'm on,
What page?
I'm on page, it's on all of the pages, but.
And the numbers of your pages, sorry.
Yeah, this is.
I don't have a page of this, but let's come up with a number right here.
Deputy superintendent.
Okay. We found it.
All right.
And
So
then
the-
after it's the deputy superintendent of finance.
Okay.
It doesn't have a page number, so you just have to.
Yeah, so the appendix, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, we need to do better.
Yeah, but ma'am, I promise you
know.
we'll do better.
I know you do that. This is great.
I was
That's
hoping
so
that you
much
told the
information.
superintendent.
But let's put it this way, there's always a chance for improvement.
Yeah.
Next year, please make sure we have pages, the
When
numbers.
the superintendent asked if the rookies took, got a little bit easier, he was asking for me, not for him.
He's like, grace, giving you some grace this year.
So, Counselor,
Yes.
each school and each department
I see.
has the functions and objects for an amount of money, right? So I can tell you, for example, at the Arlington, which is the first table in the appendix, we spend $5,034,000 on teachers, right? So we spend that amount of money on teachers, and then on principals, we have an amount. When we say principals, we're talking about the administration of the building, staff salaries, instructional support, nurses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that is true for every table on here. If you go to the superintendent's office, there is an amount there. And same thing with the departments. If you look at, let me see, if you look at the curriculum and instruction department, for example, that has, they have a minimal amount of teachers because they provide more services to the schools than anything else, but the administration, salaries for administrators is in there. So those salaries are all broken down, and also where, some extra duty, supplies, et cetera, et cetera.
To you, Madam Chair, and I'm trying to understand this to be able to explain it to my
Yes.
constituents. So if I get a question in regards to principals, are the principals getting a salary raise? And why, if they are, because I'm not sure, is that based on a contract? I had a great meeting today with the superintendent, Carrero, and he mentioned contracts and salaries, and he explained to me the differences and why the school is able to do certain things and not others. So I want to know if the principals' salaries are based on contracts, and if based on that contract, they will get a raise. Because this is a lot of information.
Yeah, I agree. It's $305 million worth of information.
It was a little late, so I want you to help me here.
All right.
Because we want the information to get to the community.
Yeah, so
please.
in talking about principals, they are, year to year administrators.
Okay.
So they're on contracts from year to year. So a principal gets, whatever the contract is, 2.25 or 3%. Sometimes it's COLA, 3% depending on the status of the budget, and then they go year to year. So
Okay.
all of your folks in the school department that are not union. Unions have career ladder scales. So they go from year to year, and that's what they negotiate. Exempt employees, which is what principals are, also have a salary scale
Okay.
based on years of experience as an administrator. And those were developed based on market value. They cap out, stop receiving raises after year 10 plus of being a principal.
So superintendent, so once they get to that 10-year mark,
Yeah.
what happens there? Like, what happens? They just, the increases stop, and even though they have all these, background and experience, it's just caps, it's just caps.
Increasing the value of my Christmas present might help them in the spring. No, that's a wonderful question. So normally those principals that have reached the max, their following year, they wouldn't receive a raise. The next time they would receive a raise is when we're able to have a stabilized budget where we can now address COLA,
Yep.
cost of
Yep.
living increase,
Yep.
and that's when they would they would then receive a raise.
Got it,
And then
okay.
we monitor based on what the other communities have of what salary competition that they have for similar positions, because we have to stay competitive.
Right,
And then we would work with the Budget and Finance Committee of the Lawrence Alliance for Education Board, or hopefully by next year, the Lawrence School Committee, and address those matters with them. And any of those calculations, obviously, with the budget that we receive based on per pupil expenditures that the state calculates, that gives back to us, we then incorporate those in those pieces through our budget presentations.
Got it. Okay.
Make sense?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it makes sense, Superintendent. A quick question in regards to your female principals. And I just it came to my mind now. So are they making an average salary the same or average to your males principals? Know that you just mentioned that you used the scale to give them salary. Is that a fair question?
Oh, absolutely, and I can proudly answer that. My female principals, which are the majority of them, make a lot more than our male principals.
I love that. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments before we continue? Council President.
I guess that, through you, Madam Chair, I guess that one of the questions will be that perhaps at the Gilmet, I always have the Gilmet on my heart, and I look at the budget very closely. I guess that based on the, well, let me go back before I go to the
Let
Gilmet.
me find it for you.
I'm gonna go back to when I was a school committee member back in 2013. 2013, 2015. One of the requests that we have for Superintendent Riley back then, and the receiver, it was that we should present the budget under the same type of budget that the city has, the same way. And then following year, 2014 or 2015, something like that, he did a format. He used this format to have a similar, the format that we have. Similar, very similar. So we can read it and we can get all that information. The reason that one of the things that we see in there is the trend of the money, how it goes over the years. Like we have information related to 2020, 23, 24, 25. I go back a little more in my little library that I have here, and I go 21, and I keep on looking at things. So I see the trend in how things get spent. So what I'm seeing here is, if it is just based on my, or what I'm seeing is that at the Gilmet Elementary, the teacher salaries got reduced from 3,293,599. No, sorry, it went down from 3,687,538 to 3,293,599, with a total amount of variance of a negative 393,939. Is that tells me that you guys gonna not hire the amount of teachers because that's teacher salaries?
So I'm glad you asked.
Tell me about that. I don't know.
I'm glad you asked, and you know, there should be a footnote. So if you look at last year's budget, there was no differentiation between a teacher that is local funded teacher and a grant teacher, right? So for my purposes, I cannot do that. I cannot say, if I get a grant funded teacher, I cannot have it supplant a teacher that I have, right? It's in addition to whatever it is that I was gonna do as a school system. It's in addition to it. If you look at the budget last year, the book that looks like this, there was no differentiation for a grant teacher. So the Gilmet Elementary has $461,000 for next year. If you look at the last line on that table, that it says grant funded positions, it says 461,688. Those are grant funded positions that are teachers. But I cannot count that because I have to provide the schools with what the schools need, and the grants provide additional help for the special needs of that school. Does that make sense? So in adjusting this, what we did was showing what it is that we're spending locally on that school and what the grants, the Title grants, Title 1, 3, 4, give to the school. And that's what's at the bottom. So they're not getting less in salaries for teachers. What I'm doing is separating what we're required to provide as a local from Chapter 70 money and adding what the Title grants, the federal grants say are more of a need that needs the spending of the money in that school.
So essentially, what is the rest of the 383,939?
It's
within the budget.
It's grant funded positions.
I mean, but is it listed somewhere here? So that I can see the number like usually like. Okay, this is that.
It would be in last year's budget.
So I'm seeing that you have grant funded positions 137 total at the Gilmet Elementary, but I just want to know like how that would, I mean, if within this budget there is any other line item that I can see that amount that is no longer here for 2020 fiscal year 2026. So did you add it here somewhere?
For teachers only?
Oh no, for
whatever.
For the
school.
I mean, for the school. Do we have anywhere on here so I can see the difference? Essentially, where it went. I mean,
if you look at, let's see if I follow you. So on page 13, you have a table with all the departments and the schools. That should be the same number that it's on the Gilmet Elementary. I'm trying to follow the question about the 393. The 393, it's.
Let me just inject also, Counselor. Let me also just inject sometimes when you see a difference, a variance in the budget, it could also be, when you see a variance in the budget, it could also be in that particular school, there might have been a turnover of 4 or 5 teachers. Let's remember a teacher's complete salary experience, $75,000 to $85,000. So that would be a pretty substantial variance, right? However, the hiring of a new teacher, they probably would have hired a newer teacher that's lower on the salary scale. So the body of the teacher's still there, the amount of teachers, but the salary budget has gone down. And it's because they probably had teachers that might have left and they've hired new teachers, but that also could be if you hire experienced teachers, that variable could go up of salaries for that particular building by the number of teachers. Does that make sense to you?
You have a question?
Again, it's compared to last year's. In this one here, I'm trying to be more specific about where the money is coming from for those teachers. So the 393, it will be somewhere in grants, which is that 461 at the bottom, and it may be the way that we had, we assigned special education educators to certain buildings based on their specialty. That could be it also. But I'm making it so that it's cleaner, so that when I'm asked, how much are you investing at the Gilmet Elementary, I can give a true number, and not an inflated number that counts grant money that I shouldn't be counting as far as resources.
Can you, for next budget, next time that we see the budget, can you provide us with that, a grant funded positions, the number that is being given to that school based on positions that are gonna be financed through grants and stuff like that?
Yes, I can send you that tonight.
I mean, I just wanna make sure, like, those funds are somewhere and at the school,
Yes,
somehow, one way or another.
yes.
Because, I mean, I won't micromanage the schools whatsoever. Just want to make sure, like, the funding is there, that they're using something that you guys believe is important for your priorities.
I'll be more than happy to provide that tonight if you want. As soon as we're done here, I'll email it to,
Yeah,
to the
perfect.
council.
No problem.
And you'll see, we have in Title I is our biggest one. We have almost $5.5 million in salaries that come from federal Title I money. $3 million comes, $2.5 million goes to special education, and you'll have, that one actually has the positions and the names. I'm not sure if, it has the schools, but it has the names and positions. I can send you whatever you need regarding
Yeah,
that.
they're a local employee. We get those names, and it's not a problem.
Yeah, but,
I mean-
but if here I say that we have 7 grant-funded positions, that school has 7 grant-funded positions.
I mean, no problem. I just want to make sure, like, we have the funds somewhere around.
Yes.
I have a question. Can you walk us through or talk to us about any recent layoffs, non-renewals, or firings that's happened? Some of us have been informed of several administrative positions that were let go recently. Can you walk us through, is there a financial reason for it? Is there an operational? Why has that occurred?
I'm not sure if the superintendent is best suited to answer that. I don't believe, none of the people that were not renewed was because financial issues. It was for whatever issue the educators in the room come up with. That's not, in my.
What was the question, Council
To
Vice
walk us
President?
through the any recent layoffs, non-renewals, or firings that has occurred within the school system?
The school district issued non-renewals for certification purposes.
Okay.
Those positions get posted, and the school department goes through the process of hiring to replace those individuals. Everyone that is working with children, that's in the classroom with children, are required to have a certification. Unfortunately, if you don't have a certification,
Right, you're not, yeah.
okay.
Yep, yep.
But those positions are replaced, so it's not a reduction. There are several positions that non-renewals were for performance. In order for a staff member to be non-renewal for performance purposes, there's a process of evaluation that goes through that from the beginning of the year with documentation and what have you. And if those individuals are union members, there's also a process for them to also grieve that process, and they can get a second evaluation. So all of these are written procedures that happen contractually, okay? In terms of administrators, yes, we have several, and I emphasize several, positions that are not certified.
Do you have an exact number for that?
I don't, because we just started that process.
Okay.
I want to say it's probably more than 20 to
Okay.
25. Let me try to explain as best as I can.
And
how-
and sorry to interrupt, I understand, like, being a former school committee member as well,
Thank you.
we went through a similar situation,
Yeah.
so I'm following you, but.
Correct.
But it's good to still
Yes, no, absolutely.
ask,
I will
and like
always
I
be
said,
honest and
it's-
transparent with you.
It's been brought up to some of us, and I just want to make sure that we
Yes.
have a correct answer and understanding too, because
Yes.
we're not the one doing the job every day, right?
So that's a requirement. And over the course of the last 5 or so years, the school district leadership has been very laxed in enforcing that. Remember also, coming out of COVID, the Department of Education relaxed the certification requirements. However, they did say that those folks that were hired on emergency had a opportunity to go and get certified, so there were classes that they had to take or what have you. Some of them stayed diligent in doing so, others didn't. So the Department of Education issued 2 years ago, they will not recognize extensions for emergency hires. If an emergency hire hasn't demonstrated coursework moving towards certification, they're not to be retained.
Right.
So those are the types of things that at this particular time we're cleaning up.
Yeah.
But I'm happy to say that overall, it has been very minimal, the amount of staff members that were let go for performance reasons.
That's good to know.
Okay? And also, just because you receive a non-certification, a non-renewal letter because of certification, should an individual go and seek and get their certifications, they're always welcome to come back, because it wasn't for performance reasons, it was for certification reasons.
Got it.
But all of those positions that we are non-renewing, those will be posted, because we need those positions in order to make sure we're providing the level of services that we are providing currently to all of our school
And that
buildings.
goes back to what you, Superintendent Jason, were saying earlier on in this presentation, that you're going to come into the next school year with the positions that we're seeing today. They're
Yes.
needed. You're not looking to eliminate any specific
No.
positions, that we're all
Correct.
you're making it, like, these are needed, like, our school system needs
Absolutely.
these positions. Okay.
And back to what Councilor Lusong had mentioned, most of your new positions are to fulfill the new initiatives that we have. You might have heard Abbott is moving from the main campus to the old Lawrence High School. That's going to be the primary. And the reason we're doing that is because we're going to be increasing Abbott to 1,000 students. We have a lot of families that would love to go to Abbott. Well, I need teachers for there. So there's X number of teachers that are going to that new school. The early childhood program expansion, an additional amount of teachers. The Arts Academy that we're opening up at the high school, because we're taking Abbott out of there, we need new teachers. So most of your new positions are all directly student support and teachers for those expansions. Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon and Councilor
No, she
Marmo.
can go first.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's in regards to, Madam Chair, the Madam Chair question. So the superintendent mentioned that 20 to 25 administrative positions were let go, lay off?
No, non-renewed would be
Due to a lack of certification?
correct. That's
So,
what.
to work, and I'm trying to understand the system, to work in the school department, including the superintendent office, you have to have a certification?
If it's a student-facing position at the school, like a principal, a dean, an assistant principal, yes.
Is the deputy of the superintendent needs to have a certain certification to be able to work for the superintendent?
I do not know that.
That is correct. Now, we also have the luxury of, if we hire individuals we are allowed to give them leadway, for example, a year to receive and submit fulfilling certification requirements. I mentioned earlier the emergency hires that during COVID that we were allowed to hire. They had been working for 3-4 years under waivers without a certification. So long as they're making progress toward their certification and demonstrated documented progress, they're allowed to continue to working.
So Superintendent, so the emergency, is that a permit? The emergency
Status, for emergency
status,
hires,
thank you.
yes.
The emergency status work for up to 2 years, you said?
Well, the emergency status was created
on,
during
sorry.
COVID.
Can we please, in the gallery,
Yeah.
we can hear the chatter from the back. Thank you.
We currently have teachers that are still on emergency
Director.
status.
Okay.
But the reason why they can continue to work, because they have documented progress toward taking classes
Okay.
or processing through their exams that they have to take to be a teacher. So long as they can demonstrate to the Department of Education and submit those credentialing, they issue and continue with their emergency status.
So, and I'm gonna try to make my point without going around and around. Your deputy needs to submit his paperwork, and he was granted an emergency status.
No, the deputy was a certified teacher.
A certified teacher.
Yes.
My question, the question that I asked at the beginning, if he needed, so the question should be, he has all the requirements to work as a deputy for the superintendent office.
The deputy has all the qualification submitted to the Department of Education, and he has a year to submit whatever was missing, which was 2 pieces within the certification process.
Okay. And what's the time frame for that, superintendent?
One fiscal year.
And the superintendent started working for you when? A year ago?
August or
August?
September, yeah.
August and September of last year.
Correct, of this current school year.
So that is going to expire in a few months.
Yep.
Okay, and we're working on getting those paperwork needed in.
Anyone
before-
that doesn't have a certification has been spoken to.
Okay, so thank you, Superintendent, for explaining that. So we're gonna see, the deputy will submit those, already submitted that, or he's in the process of submitting those paperwork required by the Department of Education?
So one of the things that the superintendent's office has is that he is able to go into the education portal and see exactly the progress of anyone and what they're doing. So when a teacher, an administrator, a deputy, or principal comes to me and says, no, I've done this and what have you, so within our HR department, they go into the EPIM system because it goes by a certification number that you are given by the Department of Education. And we can go into any school, and check on that status and see the progress being made of what has been submitted.
Great. Through you, Madam Chair, I know you have you like to show, you have a great TV in your office, a big TV. So my question that I'm assuming, because you are able to see the process, and that all the people that left had the same, their emergency status was up. You gave all of them the same opportunity that is being given to your deputy.
Everyone gets treated equally and the same. So it's not a quick response, and I bring them in cold. We send a letter of reminder through HR, letting them know they should be taking care of their certifications. The administrators, principals, assistant superintendents, when they visit schools and they talk to teachers, as part of the evaluation process, they're also, because that is also part of being a professional educator, so maintaining your certification. And that is documented within their evaluation. Remember, the dismissal of a public employee, especially a unionized employee, there's a process that has to happen. And we have to be able to demonstrate that we've gone through all of those processes, communications documented, and within the evaluation instrument.
Thank you, Superintendent Carrero, for the explanation. And I'm assuming, and through you, Madam Chair, that by August, all the documents needed by the deputy will be in, and all the paperwork is going to be in order for him, for the deputy to continue to his job for the school department, for your office. Madam Chair, if I may, we're going to have an opportunity to ask the superintendent to go over the budget for his office and also over the budget for the deputy's office.
We can, but I would like to go to Councilor Marmo.
Councilor Marmo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I just want to start off by saying I'm not the biggest fan of this budget book. I don't know if it's because I'm accustomed to our original budget. It's more digestible to make sense to what. Yeah, I mean, no, but I could understand Lawrence Public Schools is hefty. We're talking about like I don't know how many public schools were. Yeah, we're talking about over 200 employees and students and schools, so I could understand the complexity of creating a budget book, and a budget book that is very detailed. But to what our council president was mentioning, it is hard to digest and understand where there is a budget cut or a budget increase, and then attesting to, and I'm not calling you a liar, Superintendent, but you know we're relying on your word and saying that there is no cuts in terms of positions with teachers. In fact, that it could be that 2 to 3 were let go or retired or moved on elsewhere to a different district. And then we hired 2 to 3 more that are at a lower pay scale, but that's something we can't even, I can't make sense of it. I wouldn't be able to know that. The second thing I want to add, and I want to say this for the record, is considering the importance of this, of budget for this new fiscal year, I'm a little shocked and surprised not to see the chamber full of our school committee members here. It's not full of the teachers and teachers union, because shockingly they were here to discuss and to challenge us in regards to the restructuring of the school committee. Yet this is one of the most important. In fact, if anything, it is the most important discussion, and yet I don't see none of them here, which is why I must say this is selective outrage. Whenever we want to pick and choose, when we want to come to the City Hall chambers and discuss our frustrations on certain things. Anyways, but I digress. The third thing I want to get into the nitty-gritty of the budget, right? And I want you to talk to me as if it's like you're talking to somebody for the first time, in how this budget works and how it makes sense. In me learning, as my duty to understand and make sense of this budget, my understanding is that, and we're gonna go one by one. The foundation budget is $333,930,425. Chapter 78 will cover $317,611,710. It is required for us to contribute $16,318,715. I was advised we have a shortfall, or there's a balance from the year prior in the amount of $7,282,361. So in fact, if we're adding what's required for this fiscal year, plus what we didn't contribute for last year, instead of the 333 million, it should be 341. So hearing all the amazing, I'm giving a rough estimate, 341. So hearing all these amazing things that you want to do, Superintendent, I would love to see the 20 students to one teacher student to teacher ratio, all the resources and the summer programs. How do you expect to do all of that when from what I'm seeing, and I will love the CAFO if this is something that I'm not sure if you would come into play in contributing to this conversation. Make it make sense as to why is the city not doing its part in providing not even the bare minimum, because the bare minimum is providing the 5%, and we're not even doing that. So it looks like a slap in the face to our youth, to our students, when we're not giving them what's considered at a minimum what's adequate. We're not giving them adequate education. We're not giving them adequate equity in resources. So what message are we sending?
I'd like to ask where the 7 million from last year came from.
From the DESI, when you go into the DESI, just Google
on the DESI
Department of
website.
Education.
We have not taken any money back from the school department. I'm not sure where that 7 million come from. So we, as the city, always do we don't go above and beyond.
And why
but we
is
do
that?
provide the required minimum spending for the school.
Why don't we go on? 'Cause I think it's sad whenever, former school committee member here, and I see charts from comparing our students with North Andover, Methuen, and it's actually embarrassing to see that we're always
Well, I can
not
kind of
there.
give you a general overview. The increase in budget for this year is $3.1 million. $1 million plus is health insurance, $500,000 it's pension. The school department minimum requirement, it's over $1 million. We're limited on where we can place the funds. We are allowing the minimum spending required by the city, and that's what we're providing. Unfortunately, we're limited with Prop 2.5. A lot of the residents don't want to pay any more taxes. We can tap into the excess levy capacity, and I'm sure a lot of people will not like that. So unfortunately, it's the limitation of resources that we have. That's pretty much it. I mean, we're going 3.1, and a lot of people are not happy with the increase in taxes. At the same time, we have health insurance, like I said many times. We have trash going up over $500,000, pension going up $500,000, the school going up over $1 million.
Yeah. All right, to you, Madam Chair, a point of information very quick. So can you mention how much money also we giving out on salary increasement that are non-union responsibilities or non-contracted union increasement on salaries? Can you mention that as well?
I don't have that number right now.
You have to have that because you
You
mention everything else.
Right,
when it
but
comes
those
to
are the
why
biggest
we're not contributing.
increases. Those are the biggest increases for that's over the $3.1 million. So I'd like to clarify that $7 million because that's a little concerning. And I can tell you that the school department sometimes does not spend all their money. We do not take it back. It's appropriated back on July 1st of the following year. Every single year since COVID, the school has left money on the table for whatever reasons, but the city does not take the money back. The city allocates it back, appropriates it back to the school. Just want to make sure that's on the record.
I definitely want clarity on the 7 million because, you know, bringing it up, it's coming across as you're not aware of that. But when you look at the DESI website, and honestly, if we're all doing our due diligence, we can't always rely on the information that you guys are providing us. I went onto the DESI website, so it is indicating that there is a shortfall of a little over 7 million. So what that tells me is that the city did not provide the minimum.
I would like to call the CFO to the podium because him and I and DESI review these numbers, and this is all related to a misreporting on the DESI website.
We could clarify that, but so then what about for this fiscal year, our, what's required on our end, it's the 16 million.
And that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
Exactly.
Okay. So I'm definitely gonna want clarity on last year's shortfall, because to me, it's not, the numbers are not making sense.
Help me with this, because it's one thing that I'm telling you what has happened. It's another thing that you can confirm our meetings that we had, where the reporting for the end of year report was incorrect, and it shows us the city owes money when we do not. We have not taken any money back that was appropriated to the school department. Any money that has been left has been appropriated back on July 1st of the following fiscal year.
All right, through you, Madam Chair. Well, essentially what we have from DESI is the foundation budget, which is basically in fiscal year 19, it was about 196 million. And 20, we have 210 million. Fiscal year 2021, we have 218. So far, so on, all the way to fiscal year 2025, we have 301 million. And then in fiscal year 2026, the preliminary amount is about 333 million. And then we have the required contribution, which is 16 million from the required contribution. And then we have chapter 70, that is 317 million 611, that which is basically chapter 70. And then we have the required net school spending, which is the aid plus local contribution. That will be the total amount of 333 million, right?
Yes.
And then we have the required NSS include the carryovers, which is about 341,212,786, and that is the indication as to how much potentially it will be seen as a debt that the city have to the schools, because that amount of dollars is the required NSS that include the carryovers for the $341 million.
Right. I have to say that we are in communication with DESI and the Lawrence Public School to make sure that that is corrected, because it's definitely an error. We don't have $7 million owed to the school. And I can provide you all the documentations, all my emails to DESI, and our meeting with the CFO.
Yeah, essentially that money comes out of the fiscal year 2021. We have a positive amount of 1,454,000, and then over the years we have accumulated based on the total amounts what we haven't contributed and the amount that we have contributed and the total amount that potentially could be. Is if we pass this budget today of the school, it will be about $9 million that we, the city, haven't contributed, as not looking at it as just the foundation amounts, because the foundation amount is the bare minimum that is required. But if we look at the amount of the amount of dollars that is required to have an education that is up to the standards, and then that could be the potential amount of dollars that we have to be adding to the school to be able to have the potential standard education for our kids.
Yes, I will be more than happy to share the documentation I've shared with DESI to reflect the correction that needs to be taken place. I'll send that to you tomorrow.
Is the budget, are they finished with the budget so we can start questioning, or we gonna wait for them to finish the presentation?
We started.
We already started. I mean,
Yeah, we started the
have
questioning, but they haven't finished
another
up with the
major
budget.
department counselors. We have DPW that I definitely have some questions for them, and we have minor library. So let's just get right into, if there are any additional questions, this is like, let's start wrapping this up, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, we're ready. All right, Council President. After LPS, library, I'm taking you next, so you guys can, yeah. Yeah. Well, last night we were here till midnight, so we. Oh, the airport. Oh, we have an airport too. Sorry, I forgot about you, Director. All right. Let's finish up.
So the question will
Not
be,
finish
is
up, but let's
the-
continue with LPS.
essentially, just to piggyback on the previous questioning, is the city adding the total amount of dollars that is required by the state?
So the minimum contribution, it's on the budget for this year, so right, that's how we go from 290 to the 305, you know.
So we're supporting with the
So
very
it's
minimum.
budgeted for this year. The conversations that the council's talking about with DESI, we are clear that the money that is left over on the table that was not touched by the schools carries over to the next year. We're clear.
But yes, and but.
Yes,
I'll
but,
get to
yes,
that point.
but, yeah. Now, some of the confusion that was going on in the past was they were mistakenly reporting on line 60 of the end of year report, right? There's a line that talks about revenue, right? Or those are encumbered funds that later become unencumbered, right? So I think that's the encumbered funds are spent according to DESI. So at the end of the year, if I have $10 million that I have encumbered, they count that as I spent it already. What happens? We were doing a horrible job in the past at making sure that stuff was closed in a timely manner, right? So that money became either really spent, or unencumbered and back into the account and then carried forward. So when it happens on another fiscal year, and we are updating the end of year report, I think that was part of the exercise that is part of the exercise that we did with DESI. When we close it another year, the money goes back, they count it as revenue, because the state gave us that money, we didn't spend it, and it went back to the city, right? Because we didn't do it in the same fiscal year. If I do it in the same fiscal year, it just becomes an encumber and it carries forward. If it's another fiscal year, it closes, it goes back to the ledger, to the city. So they count that amount as against the, yes, correct. Yes.
I got you. I got you 3 minutes ago.
You're correct.
Yes, and that's actually wrong. I mean, having that yes, but is like, yes, that's the reason why potentially we could be in a situation that is a difficult situation for the school system.
You are 100% correct, yes, sir.
Once we incorporate the funds and go to general funds, we cannot use those funds to add it as the minimum contribution that is required by law. No, that we can't do that. And then that happened in the past. Perfect. Perfect that I say wrong, not perfect. Wrong, because I mean that's not the local contribution. The local contribution should be money that is not allocated for anything else. So that encumbered money should go back to the schools to spend it on what was encumbered for. I don't know if that happened this year. I hope not, right? So that didn't happen, right, Ramon? Okay. All right. All right, let me go back to the next one then. Give you the opportunity to have the next discussion. Municipal related costs, the MOA. Let's go back on that.
All right, the municipal related cost and it's based on a memorandum of an agreement, understanding between the city and the schools that was signed back in June of 2013. There is a memorandum that calls for a formula, and this is something that is not any different in any other place. It's all other districts have a memorandum, basically taking a percentage. In our case, we do it by percentage. So whatever the percentage, and I believe that in the last page I put the formula that we use here, and if not the formula, at least the numbers that go into the formula, right? That go into the formula, and it has to do with, multi-year municipal growth factors that come from the Department of Revenue and get calculated based on the percentage of the budget, of the school budget against the city budget. And there are some departments that are included in there, and the schools pay an amount of money for services that come from those departments.
And then the MOA this year changed a little bit, or the calculation of the MOA was changed a little bit, and then the city ended up charging the school a little more.
Correct. So yes. So for example, there was 1 year, last year I believe, the city had a growth factor of 9%, 8.88% growth in the city. Most places are growing 3%, 2%, if any. We had a year where we grew 8.88%. That alone is, if you look at, it's $350,000, $360,000 just when you add that growth factor into the amount.
Okay. We definitely gonna expand more about that because that's important. That means that essentially the school used to pay about $2 million something before. Now we're paying the city. The school was paying about $2 million before. Now the school is paying back to the city about $4 million, and that's essentially money that is not going to be used for the education.
Correct. So those are conversations that we're having now. We had a conversation with the state superintendent, and I have had conversations with the city. And where do we go? Where do we go from here? Right. I think for the sake of just continuation of this and transparency, part of it of the audit, should be just providing documentation on where services provided against what we're paying for, right?
No, I understand. I mean, it's also important that we said that the city and the school went to this MOA back in June 2013. That was the last time that it was reviewed.
Yes.
And that and we still haven't reviewed that MOA, which I believe we surely need to be reviewed and revised under the new standards, perhaps, and take into consideration the fact that the school is. We keep on saying that the school is the first priority all the time. I mean, I understand.
We appreciate that, President.
So that got to be reflected, because I keep on telling people, like, I look at the budget book and I say, the priorities is not what we said up there. Priorities are what is on the budget book. It's like, if it's not on the budget, it's not happening. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not happening if it's not on the budget. So, anyway, let's go back to still under the responsibility of the city for the schools, and that's the transportation cost. We know that the city is responsible for for the transportation and managed through the city, through the schools. And I know that just talking from the top of my head, that contract is over $10 million. So essentially, I'm gonna ask a few questions that I asked the same school, the school that we have last night, the vocational school, the Greatest Lawrence Technical School, in other words. So what are I know that transportation costs, it will increase in the future. So what are the strategic to be able to?
Motion to pass 10.
Yeah.
10
This motion to, I make a motion.
Motion has been made by Council President, seconded by Council Luzon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the ayes have it.
Jesus. Anyway, what are those strategic to reduce the transportation cost, knowing the fact that we have one contract, one company, that the bidding process is one shop, one company? I don't want to keep
Are
on
you
saying
referring
it.
to a monopoly?
No, last night I said it, and then 3 people called me and said, Gio, please do not do that anymore. And I'm not getting scared, but I'm getting caution. But
Okay.
yes, exactly what you said. It's only one company. If you don't bid, I don't bid in your city, you don't bid on mine, and we happy everybody. That's basically what I said last night. I'm gonna repeat myself.
Our transportation company, when I met with them last week, told me that they would pack and take their services to Brockton. I sent them a message 2 days ago to pack and take their services to Brockton, because they're not going to hold me hostage. Okay? Let me just, and I think you're asking very insightful and relevant questions. If you look at the book, this one has numbers, the one that I have, page 11. And it says transportation.
If we find it in the page.
If you notice, 2024 actuals was 6,231,000, right?
Yeah.
Then budgeted for last year, that was spent, 12,150,000. You follow me, Counselor? And then if you look for FY '26, what we're projecting for next year, it says 10,728,000. Well, that's a reduction of $2 million. But we have student increases, correct? All right. So what has happened since then is that this is a new contract year. And what we said to the bus company was, the services that you're providing us is subadequate, number one. We also told you we wanted GPSs on all our buses so parents can track their kids. Okay? They didn't fulfill that yet. So we said, while we are looking to see how do we strategize to better provide services and perhaps break it down by looking at zones within the city so other smaller companies can bid. Okay? We haven't been able to do that yet because it's complex. Because although we have 20 big buses, we have 56 small buses to transport special education students. So it's a little bit more complicated than what we first thought, that we could break it down into zones and things, but we haven't given up. But we also told the company we're only interested in NRT, in a 1-year extension. They came back with a cost analysis of a 10% increase.
For a 1-year extension.
For a 1-year extension. And that's how we based our budget of what the needs for transportation was. And in the meantime, as Mr. Cabrera is doing the budget with the rest of the team, I'm negotiating with folks and I'm giving you some insight as to how I deal with them. And they came back and they said, I called their bluff. I said, what happened? Brockton isn't as nice as Lawrence? Right?
I can actually picture you saying this to them.
I will always fight for kids.
Yeah, yeah.
I think all of you know me well enough, okay? So they came back and they said, well, listen, we might be able to make some adjustment, but we need to be able to extend that over, to make the numbers work, we need 3 years. I said, so you want me to commit $30+ million to you? That's what you're interested in, so you can have job security, what have you. And long story short, I said, go and redo your numbers and prepare a 3-year contract, and let's look at what it looks like. But I want you to know that I'm going to apply heavy sanctions of penalties financially when we don't have a bus on the route or we have problems, et cetera, et cetera. What I did was I calculated, excuse me, to make up 2%. So in case they came back with 4%, I take back in penalties 2%. Entienden? But that's in my estimation. They came back with a much more attractive offer. And right now what's on the table is 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. I'm still looking for that 2%. So if I can get our busing contract to 2% for 1 year, 2.5 the next year, and 2.5 the following year, I have a reduction of those $2.5 million. So we feel comfortable that we can deliver busing services, adequate, sustained busing services to our family. Now, the other piece that we're looking at is we've been meeting with MEVA to try to change and increase our bus routes. The buses are air-conditioned, the buses are free, and our students can take the buses, especially the high school students. Right? So we're looking, so it's regular education students. And by the way, it doesn't just have to be high school students. 7th and 8th graders, if you live up on Tower Hill and you have to come to the Oliver, you take the bus, right? And it drops you right there. So we're working with the public transportation bus company for the city to try to make some changes in those routes. And we're going to post them in all of our schools and have bus routes so our kids and families can understand and help our kids understand how to use the public bus. If we do that, I can reduce busing, okay, for our regular education students. So we're looking for next year to look at zones to try to increase participation for bids from our companies that we have here, okay? And we're looking to increase the use of public transportation to also get a decrease in our funding. Transportation is provided by the city, not by the Department of Education. We understand that. But I think if we have some controlled variables there, we can have an impact of helping the city reduce that cost to the tune of a couple of $2 million, okay? And I know that that goes a long way. So that's why you see that discrepancy right now in busing, that you say, well, wait a minute, you were 12 million last year, now you're reducing it by 2 million, but it's because of the new extension of the 3 years with minimal amount of increases.
All right, perfect.
Before you continue, Council President, I'm going to make a little pitch here, a little reminder, and I understand that cost is a factor and the city is responsible for busing, but particularly, I've gone to the school department many times before and during your administration about South Lawrence students.
Mm-hmm.
We know that's an ongoing issue, and I understand the challenges that come with busing in that area. But now, particularly with the Abbott School changing to North Lawrence, if we're thinking about, if you take into consideration a student that lives right on the borderline of South Lawrence and Andover, even to Lawrence High, where it is now, that's still a very long distance. But I understand it's still a little bit below the distance required for busing, because we did speak about that.
That is in particularly what we're working with the public transportation system to increase all of those areas for opportunities for our kids to jump on the buses in the neighborhoods.
Okay, but particularly now with Abbott
Yes,
moving,
it was-
I'm
it was
concerned
that-
about that, yeah.
It was that brought it up.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
So, just real quick, I just want to put an asterisk on what the superintendent said, just from the financial perspective. I know we're working on reducing costs. Keep in mind that we're always working with a funding from the year prior, right, from October 1st numbers, right? So the funding that we get on year to year is almost a year behind when the year starts, right? So the money is less. There is only 3 other districts that are growing more than Lawrence, and that we got Fall River, Worcester, and Taunton, I believe, or New Bedford, one of those. Our population grows. One of the biggest increases that we've seen is our homeless population growing, which requires transportation, and it becomes very expensive. I know the superintendent and his office and transportation are working on ways around that, but I just want to put that asterisk, so if we got to replay the tape later.
No, and to your defense, actually, we had a similar conversation with GLTS last night about homelessness and displaced students. That they gave us an example that they have a student that lives all the way in Framingham.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
goes to, originally is from Lawrence, et cetera. So we had a conversation about that. We understand.
And that gets very
the cost.
expensive
Yeah.
very quick. I just want to put that out there from the financial perspective.
Yep, that's my next question over.
That number, Counselor, in our school district, we have 347 homeless families. Now, the definition of homeless is not that they live under a bridge, is that they're displaced from their home. They could be in the custody of the Department of Children and Services, right, in a foster home, but because there's none available here, they'll place them out in Worcester. We're required to still bus them. So
Yeah,
now
we
we
got it.
have to hire a small private transportation van to go pick them up and bring them back every day. So the calculation that we've had on the 347 homeless students and where they're at is to the tune of about $3 to $4 million in busing. So one of the strategies that we're looking into is working with our state delegation to help us change the regulations so that if we have children that are going to be out of district for a year, why don't we allow them to enroll in the community that they're at? So that they don't have to be getting up at 4 in the morning, picking up a bus at 5:30 or 6 and being driven 60 or 70 miles in that traffic. So it doesn't make sense, and I think that it's worthy of a conversation that we have. And I know that Senator Payano and Rep. Moran and Rep. Estela Reyes, have been working with us. They're waiting for the final calculation that we have, but that's a huge impact for us if we didn't have to bus those children by allowing them to be in those particular school districts. So another cost factor that we're trying to look at, because that's way too many students, and it just doesn't make sense. If you're in Framingham and you're 6 years old, what time does your parents wake you up? 4:30 in the morning to get you ready so someone goes and picks you up, and they got to get you by 6:15 because then they got to take on the traffic, right? So we're trying to use those types of conversations of more meaningful, if you will, realistic and logical, to see if we can work with the delegation and then work with the Department of Education to allow for that flexibility or make that demand that children that are displaced in school districts, they should be there because they're living there. They're making friends there. What do they do on the weekend, right? So by allowing them to be in those particular schools until the time that their situation is stabilized and they're back to us, we think that it's a win on both for the families and for the communities and the transportation services that we're providing. Okay?
And then the next question was going to be around the homeless families and the foster students, perhaps, that we have to transport. So essentially, it is I guess that you guys are addressing the issue. Another thing that I brought up last night when the conversation about the transportation was that the reason why we have so much of it huge contract is because we have one company and one contract. I guess that based on what you were saying, the homeless shelters, the homeless and foster students, potentially they are being transported by smaller companies.
No, the same company, they have smaller
but
buses.
smaller buses. So I guess that, some of the strategies that we need to look into it is potentially having those needs separate from the main need of transporting within district. So perhaps within district contract and outside of district contract, that include homeless kids and so far so on, or special need education kids that we need to transport to that specific school. So I know that sometimes the school that they go, that the school district that they live in, that sometimes they pitch in, but sometimes they don't, when it comes to the prices to cover these costs. But essentially, those are the things that we need to see as a city that the school is doing to split the cost between smaller and local vendors, local transportation companies, to pass that over and potentially be able to find solutions. Perhaps some school systems around the country are using shared drive transportation, perhaps Uber, Lyft, and so far so on, to be able to transport those kids that are significantly impacted because of the fact that they're living far away, the educations, and also a cost reduction for the city.
One challenge that now transportation has is, and these are the things that they've explained to me of why sometimes they can't have buses running and they have to double up, is because while they have trained bus drivers, guess who moved into North Andover? Amazon. Guess where the drivers are going? Amazon. But because of the type of benefits that they provide. So the competition for public transportation of students just got much more difficult. So what I'm trying to do also is to put on their contract that we will serve as their recruiting agency. Do you know what almost every parent has in our public schools? A driver's license. Why don't we train our parents? Because often they can't work because they have to take care of their kids. But if they're dropping off their kids and they're on the bus and they're making dollars, by the way, you know how much a bus driver makes an hour?
They make pretty good money.
$31 an hour.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have to bring it up to compete with Amazon. I mean, I'm just giving you the realistic situations that we're living under. So by us, and so in order to have a CDL license, counselor, it's about $6,000. They, on the contract, will provide free training to have anyone who we recommend to them, and we want to recommend parents to them to train them with their CDL license. Now they have a feeder program.
Okay, so it's 10:22. I have 6 other topics to go through. Well, let's wrap up LPS. Is there any final thoughts, comments, or anything that we should know pertaining to the LPS budget?
I have a question.
No, no more questions.
Well, if it,
Council. Counselor,
I have
I'm the chair of
questions.
this committee. We have 6 other.
No, I have a question for the school. I'm
That's
sorry.
great.
I have a
We have
question.
a special meeting on the budget. If you have additional questions, connect with the
And I
with
won't
the
be able
school
to ask question
system.
at that section.
Or
You gotta
ask it during the
respect,
special
you gotta
meeting.
respect me as a member of the committee. I have
And I'm
questions.
saying, and I have a gallery full of people still, and it's 10:23.
Yeah,
City
and then,
employees that have
and
been
then we
here
have
till
an extra
7 in the
day.
morning.
It's reschedule.
We're
Reschedule.
going to reschedule people that have been sitting here waiting.
I don't know, but we have questions for the schools.
So if anything, you want to
The
read?
school is a 74% of our $405 million budget.
No.
No, it's not about
When
no. I have
when
questions.
you do this during the full council meeting, you don't consider anybody else. I have a full chamber of people. We
I have asked
6
3
other-
questions.
We have 6 other.
I have asked 3
budgets.
questions about the school.
Mr. Cabrera, can you please conclude the LPS budget? If the council president has additional questions, he can reach out to the LPS.
No, it's about the, no, I'm not leaving without asking those questions. I'm not leaving without asking these questions. It's important questions, 74% of the budget. It's about the schools. We can't.
Continue, Mr.
I'm going to
Cabrera.
entertain the library and many other departments, but these have to be, I have asked 3 questions. They expand a lot on my questions, but I haven't asked the questions. And I won't be able to ask questions at the full council.
Yes, you can.
No, then the chapter, the rule 4 is going to apply to me right away.
Continue, Mr. Cabrera.
Madam,
Go ahead.
no, I was just in summary, Madam Chair, the budget stands at $305,026,144. That is the budget that we're presenting for approval, and that is the funds that we will utilize and that we need to provide the best service that we can for our kids. Superintendent has done a lot in the last 10 months, and we have a lot more to do next year with expansions in different categories, early education, et cetera, et cetera. So we just ask that this budget be taken as it is and voted on.
One last thing that I wanted to mention, because I know that last year, the council and the school committee was battling with these extra $5 million. Because when I took over as the superintendent and I was handed the schools, we had close to about 560 vacancies. We've reduced that by 80%. Now we only have, going into the next fiscal year, that remains from this year, about 120 positions that are vacant, that we know that we are going to be able to fill. We've done an aggressive job at recruiting and offering as many opportunities, especially to our residents. We have a lot of folks in the pipeline. So you will not have to battle with, what are we doing with all of this excess dollars? We're committed to making sure that we provide every dollar to every kid that they deserve in the school district. We feel strongly we're at a tight budget. We have an opportunity to expand in areas, but I think that we can provide the services while being very conservative with those areas that we talked to you about, that we can fulfill our obligations to the community of Lawrence. I thank you for the opportunity to hearing us, asking us those insightful questions. My office is always available to you. If there's anything in that budget book while you're still deliberating that you need clarity on, my doors are open for you.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair, do you
Superintendent.
allow me to ask the questions? I'm going to ask you politely. Do you allow me to ask the questions?
We're moving on.
Okay, we're moving on.
Okay.
I was able to ask 3 questions to it, 74% of the budget on the schools, and I was not allowed by the chair to ask specific questions that are related to
You
the
know what,
students.
since you're being so adamant, ask your questions. Ask your questions then. Ask your questions. Can we have the library, please? I have people falling asleep.
Thank you,
I
Madam
have,
Chair. Thank you,
like-
Vice President. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Council members. My name is Chanel Abreu. I am the Director of the Lawrence Public Library, 51 Lawrence Street, Lawrence, Massachusetts. I currently have in front of you our budget. To be quite frank, I think that a lot of it is really,
What page is your budget on?
oh, I'm so sorry, 139, 138, 139, 140. 138 is the first page.
Okay.
I think I'm going to start with the debrief quickly of where the library is currently now and in the state that it is in. We currently have now 11 meeting room spaces. That's an increase of last year of 5 additional spaces. Thank you to the support of the Board of Trustees. A lot of that you see here is level funded in regards to a lot of the positions that are collective bargaining agreements. And I think that the best that I can do for you is that tell you a little bit that the library traffic has increased as well. Last year, we presented a number of 63,000 patrons using our service. I'm happy to report that we've increased that number. That means based on census, we serve a population of over 80,000. We received the traffic to date of 75,000, a little bit over than that. So that means our constituents are really coming to the library, they're taking use of it, they're making the best to make their way there, and we're making sure that the programs and the services we provide are a reflection of what the community needs. I think the best thing I can do in regards to allowing the time for the floor is opening up for any questions you may have regarding the budget in front of you today.
All right, so with, like other departments,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask you to go through each section, personal services, purchases of services, supplies, and go through the changes for those, each sections, and provide us details for that.
So I will tell you on page 139, and the only increases we've seen is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 increases, including our the salary. So salary and wages permanent, clothing or uniform allowance, travel and car stipend, energy, repair and maintenance and building ground, postage, and repair and maintenance supplies. That's the only increases you will see in our budget. The salary and wages permanent, as we discussed, remember the salary increases from the library staff is a collective bargaining agreement. The budget amount meets the fiscal 26 requirement for the municipal appropriation requirement of the state. Again, thank you all for your support on meeting that requirement. When we go to clothing or uniform allowance, one of the things that was increased was the additional custodial position, and that does come with a uniform allowance, and that's why you'll see the additional increase go from 1,100 to 2,200. There was no change to that budget made. It stayed the same at 1,100. So they did give us the increase because we now have a full-time custodian and a part-time custodian, and that's part of their union agreement. Energy, as we know, there has been an increase in energy and as well as utilities, and that's through and through. And as you see, we actually meant it specifically on most of the times that we have to go in front of the council to request in front of the CAFL to request that our energy budget is met. So you'll see that there was an increase of $8,445, a very sound budget, and it's only based on the inflation of energy prices at this current time. Repair and maintenance building grounds. As you see, that was actually one of our bigger increases. It went from a $0 amount to $2,500. In my time there, I've actually realized that our library custodians are responsible for the snow removal, are responsible for cutting the grass, are responsible for picking up any leaves, trash, you name it. So instead of actually having $0 and having to go through facility management and DPW, we've been able to allocate that budget, which has allowed us to get the proper snow removal machinery, tools, clipping tools to get the grass going. We've been able to get trash removal going, and that's why you'll see the increase for $2,500. And that is in the job descriptions of our custodians, so that's why the increase has been placed on that. Postage, another expenditure that we've seen that has grown in a national level. Is currently $1,500, which was the fiscal 25. We requested a $1,610. That's an additional $110. Again, that's just based on the national increasement of the postage stamps. And I want to share why are we doing postage. We send mail out for late returns, for missing items, for collecting fees, for shipping books from library based on our Merrimack Valley Library Consortium and our partnership in regards to that. That is included in that postage fee. Repair and maintenance supplies. As you can see, there was the same thing. It goes back to the fact that custodians are responsible for the maintenance and the operations of the building. So that increased from $2,000 to $3,300, which is an additional $1,300. That goes back to the maintenance of the property. Again, we're talking about that equipment. We're talking about the cedar. We're talking about the fertilization, fertilizer, all of that to make sure that our grounds look appropriate for the community we're serving. After that, you'll see throughout page 140 and the rest of 139, everything stays the same.
Not everything. We see changes.
Well, Councilor Luzon, the changes that you see in the salaries, the director just explained that they're from the collective bargaining agreement.
Yes. Collective bargaining agreement, the only positions that are not collective bargaining are the 3 administrative position. And you'll see that on page 140 in front of me, and I can provide a copy as well for clarification. I go into contract with the Board of Trustees for a contract of employment. And then that'll explain our increase in pay. One of my contingency was to obtain my degree by a certain time so we can meet the municipal appropriation requirement. In addition to getting out of the waiver, one of the requirements was for me to obtain my master's in library information science, which I was able to do in a record time of 18 months. That's why you'll see the increase in the middle of the year, and then therefore going into the 2.5% appropriation this year.
Okay. Any other comments or questions for the library? Councilor Marmol.
Page 139, under travel car stipend, there's an increase of $6,060. What is this vehicle? Is it used by whom?
Thank you for asking that. I'm sorry, I didn't have that highlighted, but you're absolutely right. That's actually, again, part of the union contract. That's for our custodians. That increase is based on the 1.5 increase in custodians. So that is where that increase came from. So it's the same allowance that the custodians receive. We have 2 buildings that we're responsible for maintenance, which is the South Lawrence branch, and then also the main branch. So that's between transportation of both buildings for building checks and for also maintenance. They use their own vehicle for that.
Then, page 140, I'm seeing library assistant, I'm assuming FT stands for full-time. We started off with 9, going to 11, so 2 new positions, but I only see an increase of $40,000. I'm just trying to make sense of how with 2 new employees, it's just an increase of 40.
If you don't mind, CFO, my understanding of that is that we start at what it actually. Oh, that's what it was. I'm like, so we start at different stepping grades. So there's some that have already been in the library for quite some time, so they're in a different stepping grade. But that's actually the starting step 1 of the grading process. So grade 1, step 1, and then they'll move up in phases. So that is actually the salary.
So the 40,000 increases is due to the 2 new positions?
No, so we already had that vacancy. So that those 2 new positions, that budget was already there. For the 364, we just needed an additional 40,022 to cover what the downfall of that step 1, grade 1 position.
All right, thank you. Any other further questions or comments? No. Seeing none, thank you so much,
Thank you for your time, councilors.
All right, so we have airport, I know.
Good evening, councilors. Francisco Urena, Airport Manager. We could start on page 155 through 159. And in the interest of time, councilors, I know that you are focused on several of the increases. You will see a $7,810 increase from the FY24 to the mayor's recommendation to FY26. Where that is, if we could turn to page 159, we could go through salaries. There's a $14,141 increase. All of those are subject to bargain agreements and contractual agreements for the employees of the airport. And then there is a transfer from our retained revenues for an amount of $58,546, which we are prepaying for a project which is coming to the airport, and I could discuss that in more detail, and that reflects the $58,506. Both of those figures come out to that difference of the $70,810 amount from one budget year to the next.
Okay, councilors, any questions or comments for the airport? Yep. You good?
No question.
Okay. You good? All right. Well, you're all set.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
councilors. Have a great evening. Greatly appreciate it.
All right. Now we have Department of Public Works.
So, good evening, councilors, Madam Chair, Honorable Jorge Jaime, Director of Public Works, 200 Common Street. So, councilors, thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Public Works budget for the upcoming fiscal year 2026. Last year, our approved budget was $15,276,088. For this fiscal year, we are proposing a budget of $15,295,485, which represents a modest increase of $19,397, which you consider a balanced budget because of the amount of increase is not significant right now. Councilors, it's important to highlight that our city continues to grow, not only in population, but also in numbers of residential buildings, businesses, parks, playgrounds, 51 buildings we own, including 19 schools. With this growth comes with significant rise and service requests and responsibilities for our department. This proposed budget provides the necessary funding to continue operating efficiently and to ensure that we can meet the increasing demands placed on our team. Continued support for the Department of Public Works is essential to maintaining the quality of life of our residents, or that our residents expect and deserve. We remain committed to delivering timely, high-quality services to every corner of our expanding city. Dear councilors, our Department of Public Works is here for you and the community, no matter the weather, sunny, rainy, snowy, day or night, weekdays or weekends. We are always ready to provide the services and support that you need. I kindly ask you for your support to our budget proposal tonight to continue this important work. So I'm happy to answer any question that you may have.
All right, Director, so you have different divisions within DPW. So let's first start off on page 109, the Public Works Administration section. Let's go through every section and the changes within this budget.
So as you can see, in salaries and wages, we did a reduction of $60,286, and longevity, $900, and clothing allowance, $400. So when we go to, for a total reduction of $61,586, it is $86. For purchase of service, so if we go to repairs and maintenance, we have a reduction of $2,400. Rental of equipments remains the same, and other purchase services the same too. Professional services, $20,000, there is no change there. And when we go to page 110, so do you have any questions on that one? So there's more detail on 110.
Yep.
I can tell you that there was, we cut a position, one of the deputies' position was cut, and we added a new position instead, and that position is gonna be for streets department, and that position is the name is a storekeeper. So with the large amount of equipment and pieces of equipment that we buy, so we need to keep track of it. We think it's necessary for our department to keep track of our equipment at the city yard. That's why we believe that it's important to create that position. That will save us money and that our equipment go missing. So there is, we added the position manager of finance administrative services. That position was discussed here in the personnel committee, also in the ordinance committee, and it was discussed in the full city council. So now we're funding the position to be able to hire that important position for our administrators' offices. So principal account clerk, we cut in $45,000 on that position. And what we did was we combined in that position, and the office manager is doing that job. So that way we save money on that line item. So if we go to principal account clerk, there is an increase of $5,000 for the two positions that we have there. That's contractual agreements, bargaining negotiations. Any questions on that, councilors?
Yeah. Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you go back to your deputy DPW director position? I see a change of $200,000.
Yes, there was there were two deputies director positions.
Okay.
We cut one, and we just remain with one deputy. So, and the range of the salary for a deputy is in between $100,000 and $145,000. So, she's in the middle right now. So that's why we are using the remains of that money to create the position that I just mentioned for a street department that is called storekeeper.
So you're using the $65,000 for the new position?
It's a little bit less. It's 50.
Less.
The
Okay.
position is just $50,000 per.
Okay.
Are you good?
Yes, thank you.
Director, explain what does the projects and planning supervisor does or do?
So the project and planning supervisor is a person that is in our administrator's office. Right now, he's assigned to all the projects that the department has. Let's say he has to go out with the marking, the paving marking companies. He has to go out and organize all of the parking lots. Let's say, I remember that the parking lots were given to us with $400,000 in deficit. We needed to create a plan to go back to the expectation that we had. And I remember that position or that person went into the just Buckley garage, and in a few months we had 700 plus contracts made in that garage, and the revenues, blow up. I think that person is been essential for our department. He's keeping track of the street lighting repairs. That's why right now, in the last couple of weeks, when you call for street lighting, is repairs in in just hours if it's just to fix it. If we had to buy it, so we had to wait a little bit more, but it is part of the job that person is doing. So he's involved with all the projects that we have.
Okay, the reason why I asked that, because just underneath it, we have the water and sewer office supervisor. Actually, I just answered my own question, so never mind. Never mind, I just answered my own question. I am all set with that. Any other questions or administration? Questions or comments? Council Marmo.
I know you touched on it, but I believe you said that the manager of finance and administrative services would be also known as like the storage keeper? Is that what you said?
No.
Storekeeper? What?
No, absolutely no. So the manager of finance and administrative services is the person in the office in charge of keeping track of the budget, paying all the invoices that we receive, and they are hundreds, if not thousands. So that's the person. That's the manager of finance and administrative service.
For how long was this position vacant for?
It was just created a couple of months ago.
Okay, so the department has never had one?
No,
Who's been doing your budget this?
the finance officer.
Finance officer, okay. Is there a reason why the change? Why, obviously I could see it in my book that the finance officer no longer exists. So why the change of title? Why the change of, is the finance officer that is zero in that line item, is it the same person that would be taking on the position for the manager of finance and administrative services?
That was correct, Councilor.
So it's the same person.
It was an internal posting, and the intention since the beginning was that, and it was discussed here in this room.
Okay. But remind me again then, because obviously there's a significant difference in pay. So justify, because the title's pretty similar. It's a manager of finance and a finance officer. It's finance. So justify why the title change, and obviously it comes with a pay increase.
We never had an ordinance for DPW to have an office of finance officer. That ordinance is for, I think, community development, and we wanted to create our own ordinance for our department. So if you see some of the ordinance that I created in our departments are like for water and sewer and other departments, but right now this position was created for public works. And also the amount of work that person is doing, it deserves like an increase in salary, because we are the largest department, so we are the department that pay more invoices in the city of Lawrence, and just with the street lighting is too much.
Any other? Okay, Director, let's move on to Public Works Engineering.
So engineering, there is no changes there. Budget remains the same. And half of that position is paid with from water department and half with public works.
Okay, I'm assuming no questions in the level funded. Okay, next we have Public Works Street Administration, which I'm seeing it's also level funded. Oh no, I'm sorry.
So we merge DPW street administration and DPW street operations, which we consider was the same. So we didn't need to have two departments in one. So we merged that a couple of years ago. I think it was in 2023. And we just have right now DPW streets operations, which there is a cut of $70,000 on that. And again, every cut that we made is based on previous budgets.
So, hold on a second, other purchase services, 150. I'm looking at and I'm seeing a significant, and I'm assuming obviously either the contract expired or something, but solid waste disposal contracts with a cut of a decrease of 150,000.
Yeah, so based in the previous fiscal year budget, so we decided that we probably are not going to spend the whole amount. That's why we're proposing a cut of $150,000 on that. So and again, so there is no way to budget it right, because we can go under a bridge and find 3 containers of trash that we were not expecting, and that's on a daily basis.
So that's what I'm trying to understand. I mean, solid waste is a continuous issue in our municipality and all municipalities. I'm trying to understand why is there such a significant cut in this area?
So let's say with the opioid crisis funds that we have, that we've been getting some help on that, because they are paying some of the bills when we go and pick up like some homeless encampment, things like that. And that's why we are receiving or we are expecting to continue receiving that help. And again, so they are paying some of our bills on that line item.
Okay. And then there's a significant increase under advertising, $18,000.
So if you look at the budget, we remember when all the advertisement went to the mayor's office, and then the mayor ordered to return all the money to the departments. We never got it. We just gonna get that back. And it was a little bit more than that, but with $18,000, I think we can make it.
So what exactly for advertising? Like, what type of advertising does DPW do?
So when it's required to advertise, like when the snow season is approaching, so we need to advertise in the newspapers, the parking ban and all of that. So and it's very expensive. Those are big pages, the Eagle Tribune, and we always spend some money on that.
I saw your deputy director getting up. I believe she has more specifics. So I'm gonna call her up.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Councilors, yes. And contract bids, they also have to be published in the Eagle Tribune. So that's a significant amount also for advertising. There are a lot. So all contracts that go out for bid. Sorry.
Thank you.
And then, like other departments, we're seeing oh, I'm sorry, actually, am I reading this wrong? Sorry, actually, no, I was reading that incorrectly. Councilors, any other questions or comments pertaining to this? Councilor Luzon.
Yes, Madam Chair. Other purchase services, I know there's no change, but it seems like a good amount of money. Now you have $85,000. Would you mind explaining what purchase of services is?
So with that account, we pay a lot of things like, let's say we had to go to a park and mow grass and we had to contract it out. Let's say those sprinkles in the fields, we need to contract private vendors to take care of that and to fix them, and we have a lot of those. So just to put an example. So things like that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Director. Next, we have DPW sanitation. And there is an increase in this, I'm sorry. There's a change of $231,149 for this division. Can you walk us through that?
So
We're on page 116.
solid waste disposal and recycling and trash collection. Yes, we're going up on that because based on the contract, that number is gonna change every year. So a certain percentage, and that's why we've increased in that line item.
All right, but where are you increasing this? Because what I'm seeing decreases, so I'm trying to understand where the 231 is being allocated in.
So
Oh, I'm sorry, I see it here.
are we in sanitation?
Yep, I see it here. My apologies. Okay. Counselors, any questions pertaining sanitation? Yep. Counsel Marmol.
On page 117, would you happen to have any data in regards to our recycling coordinator and our outreach coordinator to justify these positions? So, for example, I know we've discussed before, like the tonnage. Has it increased? Has it decreased? Like what seems to be any improvements in regards to having these positions in place with recycling and trash?
Yeah, definitely the recycling is increasing a lot, and it's a discussion that we had to have. So that the recycling increase, it doesn't mean that we're saving money. So we pay more. So it's a little bit confusing that, but it's how it is. We pay for the disposal of the recycling, and every time that increase, so our bills go higher, but it's mandatory by the state. We have to promote recycling. So those two outreach coordinators, right now they deliver like we bought twice, maybe 6,000 recycling bins, and they have delivered those, home delivery. So they doing that on a daily basis, and we sell those trash barrels, and they are delivering them every day, and they are behind the trucks checking that people are not overloading those trash barrels, and that they not contaminating our recycling bins. So those things are, they work in that every day. So we cannot contaminate our recycling loads, and every time that we do that, we probably we're gonna receive we're gonna receive a penalty, and we haven't yet. That means that they're doing a good job, and I think they need it.
But do you mind going into a little bit more detail in terms of like recycling more doesn't actually mean that we're saving? It's actually an increased cost to the city?
Yes, if you go to the recycling trash collection and disposal, so we pay a lot of money for that. So the reason why the cities are mandatory, it's mandatory to do recycling is to cooperate with the world, but we're not saving money doing that. We're not a private sector, so probably in the private industry, so they're making money out of it, but the city has to pay for the disposal and for the collection too. And every time that is increased the amount, our bills are gonna go high. But again, it's mandatory to promote recycling and to provide the residents the ways to recycle.
Maybe I've always misunderstood recycling, because I thought the increase of people recycling meant that there's a reduction in terms of trash.
If we don't do
disposal
recycling, we're gonna receive fines from the state, and again, it's mandatory.
costs. Get it, but when people recycle, isn't that a decreased cost to trash? Like it doesn't offset, or that one thing doesn't correlate with the other?
Recycling is more expensive. Get rid of recycling is more expensive than getting rid of trash.
You have a motion to pass 11.
Second.
Motion has been made by Council Marmol, seconded by Council Luzon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Council Marmol, you all set?
With this department.
Oh, no, there's more.
I mean, with this, the sanitation part.
There's more. All right. Next, we have DPW park maintenance.
So it's basically level funded.
I'm sorry. Before we continue, because this is technically part of the overall DPW advertisement section. The Recycle Lawrence Facebook page, is that managed by the DPW office, like department, or the recycling person?
No.
So that's a whole separate, not involved with your, got it, okay. All right, continue.
So park maintenance, so is basically level funded. It is just an increase of $2,080. So contractual agreements, because in the salary and wages line item.
You have a question, Council Marmol?
I actually like seeing graffiti removal specialists. I don't know why. I feel like it's the first time I'm seeing it. How many graffiti removals have we done in the city? Because I don't know. I feel like I've seen the same ones in the same spot for years. So
We cannot touch private buildings. We just remove graffitis in our public buildings, and I told you they are 51 of them. So we go to the stadium and wash all the stairs for the graduation, things like that. So going to a private business and do graffiti is not part of our duties right now. But we advise them how to do it. They always think that it's a special machine that you need. If it's in a white wall, just paint it white, and that's it. It's gonna remove the graffiti.
Okay. But I want to say, Counselor, thank you for pointing that out, because I also forgot. I remember, I think it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, yeah. I contacted the sheriff's department. There was graffiti on the bridge, the overhead bridge on Andover Street on the sides. And I completely forgot about DPW's service. And I contacted the sheriff's department, because they have a unit. I'm like, can you help me with this? And they came and took care of it. But yeah, but now.
So actually, the sheriff department is working like every day with us.
Yeah.
So we just providing them the lunch, and they send 3 guys to help us with the graffiti.
Nice, okay. All right, any other questions regarding park maintenance? Seeing none, let's move on to DPW fleet maintenance.
So in the fleet maintenance, so we had in the past a foreman, and we actually needed a supervisor there. That's why you see that we removed the foreman, we cut the foreman, and now we have a fleet maintenance supervisor, which he oversees over 300 vehicles, including the police crew, the police cruisers.
Madam Chair.
Councilor Luzon.
Is the police department helping with half of the salary?
we paying in full, but we need to maintain their vehicles. So we do that in the garage, and at the end of the year, at the end of the fiscal year, we charge them for all the work that we do to them. So we do the same thing with the schools.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Marmol, I'm like slurring my speech now. I'm so tired.
Page 121. I'm so tired. I'm sorry.
And we still have water and sewer. We have parking enterprise, charter school and school choice. So we still have a bit to go. Councilor Marmol, go ahead.
Do I even want to ask?
Nope.
Under
Go
fleet
ahead
and
and ask.
equipment supervisor, I see that that is an added position, and then for general foreman is -1. So is this the same, like we're eliminating one position and creating a new one?
No, you're right. The position fleet and equipment supervisor was always there. So, but it was never filled. So at one point, so it was not funded. But we had a foreman, so we're removing the foreman and just keeping the fleet and equipment supervisor. We do not need a foreman any longer.
That is it for fleet maintenance. All right. Director, facilities maintenance, please.
So facilities, we just see an increase of $4,755 there, and is personal services. That's to comply with the bargaining agreements. Okay, everything else is level funded.
Can you explain, well, remind me of what lost time factor means? On page 123? Oh, thank you, Capo.
So basically, it identifies vacancies and the money saved because of vacancies. So between when a person leaves and the job is posted, there's a time for interviewing and the time, like for example, in the police department, they have a huge lost time factor. As you heard earlier, they have over 20 vacancies. So we identify a full budget with the full head count, but then we also identify the fact that there is vacancies and there's time to fill the vacancies. So that's what that is.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilors, any questions pertaining facilities maintenance? No questions? You guys are good?
I'll ask one question.
Councilor Marmol.
Given that I don't see that there isn't any changes to new positions, why is there an increase to clothing and uniform allowance in the amount of almost 6,000?
Because the amount of employees in that department has increased. So in the past, we had one carpenter. Now we have 4 carpenters. That's why, because we need to provide clothing allowances to more employees.
Councilor Luzon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have 5 carpenters now. 5. Well, no change, so we have 5.
Yep.
Why
Sorry.
do we have so many carpenters?
So we have 3 that are dedicated full-time to work in this side of the city, let's say, and we have 2 dedicated to work for the school departments full-time. So we get reimbursed for those employees from the school department.
Okay. It's same thing with the electrician.
Same thing, we share with them and we invoice them at the end of the fiscal year. So that's why sometimes you see that, it takes long for them to fix something because they had to move back and forward. We have 51 buildings, and every morning there is an issue, and they had to go there, and schools are priorities, so we had to go there instead of somewhere else.
No, thank you for that. I still think that the school department should have their own carpenters, and I know you get reimbursed at the end of the year, but it makes sense for them to have their own carpenters and electricians, because they have more buildings.
In reality, so those are city buildings, that's why they cannot invest on that. But again, so we charge them at the end of the fiscal year with materials, whatever we use, to fix the schools, things like that. So we charge them with that.
And storekeeper, to you, Madam Chair, what is that intend to, a storekeeper? Is that for the jar?
A storekeeper, that's for buildings and facilities, as you may know. So we buy a lot of, plumbing supplies, electrical supplies, a lot of things that we have to keep track of it. And also that position keeps us to keep, track of the, let's say, snow equipment and snow contractors during the snow season. So he's a very busy person that we have at the city yard. So he has to have every employee to sign in and out when they take equipment or when they take supplies from the shop.
And through you, Madam Chair, Director Jaime, the custodian that I see here, is that person in charge of cleaning the entire city hall? Because I remember years ago, we had the city hall had a company in charge of cleaning. Is that still in place?
We do have a company that comes at 7 a.m. and they leave at 3, and then is when the custodian take over. So, but the private company, they cover during those amount of hours, 7 to 3.
Is this position a union position?
It's a union position.
Okay, well, the salary is really low.
It is a union position.
Yeah. Thank you, Director.
Councilor Marmo.
Director, so the storekeeper, is this position as a result due to, did the department suffer a loss because of missing equipment? And if so?
We're preventing that.
Yeah, no, but that's not my question. Did the department suffer a loss due to missing equipment? Like someone borrowed something and never returned it? And if so, what is that dollar amount?
We do not borrow any equipment to employees, so that doesn't happen. So the city equipments are city equipments, and they are used for, from city employees, but they do not take any of that home.
Okay, have city equipment have gone missing miraculously, and therefore the department has suffered a loss?
That's something that doesn't happen regularly, so I don't see that happening. I haven't heard in the last 15 years, something like that.
You have another.
No, I mean, I keep looking at the storekeeper position at me. The time, he's a part-timer. Is that a 0.5? Is that a part-time?
No, that's half. That's half of the position, half of one position. Let's say one department pay half and another department pay half. Okay. It's like, or divisions, let's call it like that, division. So, there is one division that cooperate with half of that salary, because we're probably using that person to go out or to work for both departments.
Okay, so it's like the engineering side.
That's correct. So water department does a lot of engineering jobs.
Yeah,
so
if
they need our engineers, or they're gonna have it immediately.
Director Jaime, and through you, Madam Chair, so his salary is around what, 50,000, 48,000?
So that's
half and half?
Half and half, yes, that's half and half. Whatever you see there, so it's just half.
Where
When
is the
you,
other
when
half?
you, when Billy comes, and explain his budget to you, you're gonna see that position in his budget too, with 0.5.
Okay. But it's on page 167. 167.
The other half?
The other half?
Okay, so we'll get there, when we go through the water department, okay.
Okay, thank you for the explanation, Director Hyde.
Okay. Next, everyone's favorite topic, one of the top 5 favorite topics. Snow and ice operations, snow and sanding. Go ahead, Director.
There's no insanity.
We actually only increased by $1. Why is it only $1?
Okay, so it's $1.
Why is it only $1? When we come to you every year.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
remember that now, I do. Okay, I feel like out of, this area in particular, we go every year to DPW with concerns and we know that you as a director have expressed to the counselors needing more support. And I know we're in a financial, we're trying to be more fiscally conservative, but I feel like this section should have seen a little bit an increase.
And the way why is like that is because there is no way to know how much you're gonna spend.
Okay.
So I will not put like $1 million just there to have it there. So
And not
we
know
will
actually.
never know how much we're gonna spend.
So when the winter time comes and then you actually say it's more than $500,000, what other divisions you take money and allocate it to this section?
So that's when we come in front of you to request more money.
Well, yeah, the transfer, but how do you?
So usually every year, at the end of the year, the finance team comes before you and asks for transfers.
Right, yeah.
The snow and ice is one account that, per Mass General laws, we are allowed to overspend at a deficit as long as we either raise it through free cash transfer or raise it on the recap. So as long as we have the budget the same as last year, per Mass General laws, that's one of the only accounts we're allowed to deficit spend.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Any other questions pertaining to snow and ice? No questions? No, Councilor, do you have a question?
A
Councilor Luzon.
suggestion, Madam Chair, a suggestion, and I think we had this conversation before. I would like to see, I'm going to say more communication, because I know you communicate to the residents when we going to have a snowstorm, but I think we should take in consideration posting the streets, and I know you do it because you mentioned it, but find another way to send a message to the residents. And I know for some people, getting a ticket or getting their car removed, it's not a lot, but for the families that I represent, it means a lot of money. It sometimes says not having the budget for that week. And you are completely aware of that. So hopefully, in maybe part of your advertising funds, they see you have a little bit, almost $20,000. Maybe it's social media. I would like to see a name of the streets post, especially when they're gonna clean one side, to avoid the car,
The towing.
The towing. I'm tired. The towing of the cars and the price that the residents have to pay when that happens. So I know we had this conversation before, and I know that you're going to make it better for the residents of Lawrence.
We
Thank you,
definitely
Director.
can work on that, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have parking division.
Parking. That's revenue. So Ramona can help me a little bit on that. Oh, what is it?
125 and
Okay.
126.
Okay, that's traffic control officer. We have 6, is level funded. So there is 1 vacancy, so one of them just retired, and it's gonna be posted pretty soon.
Good. Questions?
Any questions pertaining parking division? All right, I think that wraps it up for DPW. Well, we have water and sewer still, but.
If I may,
Yeah.
can we also review the parking enterprise fund? It's also under
Oh,
the
part of
DPW.
it, yep. What page is that
It's
on?
page, starts on page 152.
152.
52.
This is
Can
one,
you
so
open that one?
a recommendation of 1.1 million?
Um, Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You have it? 153.
Okay, got it. I found my page.
Good job.
So there is 14 parking attendants, and again, so the increase is salaries and wages, and is bargaining agreements, contractual agreements that we have.
So the $234,711 is primarily, it's not primarily a salary change.
So that's 153, right?
Yeah,
There is a pension assessment of $162,000. And there is health insurance of $10,000. There is dental insurance of $1,300 for a total of $11,300. Office supplies, $4,500. And other purchase of services, $25,000.
all right, so this is again a trend that Councilor Marmol mentioned earlier this evening within departments. In FY '25, the parking lots and garages did not have a $25,000 allocation to other purchase services. So what would this $25,000 be used in this fiscal year?
So
this
remember
upcoming?
that when we intervene the lots and the garages, we put new machines on that. Those machines, they come with expensive added to it because we need to buy them, we need to contract companies to come and install them and to, and we rent the software to those machines. That's what the other purchase of services is.
Okay. Councilors, any questions or comments? Council Marmol.
So I'm gonna go to page 152 under supplies. Do you mind explaining that change of, I've always seen it at 0, hold on, I'm going blind, there's not supplies. Right? Intergovernmental. It's always been at 0,000, and then all of a sudden it's 162,000, I believe, 849.
Yes, so the pension assessment, it's usually divided amongst city employees, but we do have the enterprise fund pay for their own pension assessment. Unfortunately, in previous years, the Park and Enterprise Fund did not make enough money to cover the pension assessment. This year, they are doing a lot better, as Director Jaime mentioned. The revenues have increased, so therefore we are allocating the pension assessment to the enterprise fund.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any other council member?
Are we still in, no, we're parking out to
Yep.
garages.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Director Jaime, please, for page 154, just trying to understand the justification of the increase in pay for the parking manager and the senior parking attendant. And again, the only reason why we're asking these type of questions in regards to increases of pay is because of the fact that we have to monitor the budget. It's kind of tight right now, and there may be a possibility where we're gonna have to potentially request for certain departments to look into making certain cuts. So, with that being said, is this due to COLA or is this due to a contractual obligation?
So the parking manager is David Rodriguez. He used to be the parking supervisor. So the position was created months ago, and the salary was adjusted to the amount that was approved when the position was created. So now we don't have a parking supervisor, we have a parking manager, which is David Rodriguez. So he's supervising the lots and garages, but he also is the judge when people come to appeal a citation or something like that.
Senior parking attendant?
The senior parking attendant. So that position now is in charge of supervise the other parking attendants. So that's the person most qualified to train the parking attendants and to supervise them, because David is most dedicated now into the new role that he has of working with their residents when they come to appeal a parking ticket, and now that we have PCI, that amount has increased a lot. So that's why that person was given a raise to do the extra duties. That was negotiated with the union and is part of the bargaining agreements.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Looks like this portion is all set. So let's move on to water and sewer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm William Hale, the
Good
Water
night.
and Sewer Commissioner.
Good morning.
William Hale, Water and Sewer Commissioner for the City of Lawrence, 400 Water Street. Tonight I have our FY26 budget in front of you in the amount of $21,896,691. And that's an increase of $136,792 from last fiscal year. We could start on page 162. And that'll be the sewer division. So for salary and wages, we have an increase of $41,321. That's a position that was added to the sewer division. It's a motor equipment operator. That's gonna be new for this year. And then further down, we have some items that we took out or decreased, which was severance pay, just because we haven't used some of these items for some time, so we decided to pull them. And then we increased the clothing. And that's just for contractual obligations that we have. We have some clothing allowances and boot allowances that we pay for. And then we took the tool allowance out, because our department doesn't have a tool allowance. Any questions for that?
Madam Claire.
Councilor
On
Luzon.
page 162, again, I'm going to follow the lead of my colleague, Councilor Marmo. Other purchase services, would you mind explaining what is that for?
Yeah, sure. So we have a lot of different other purchase services. Some of them are, we pay a yearly fee for Census Analytics, which is our water meter software. We pay a GIS system, which has all our mapping. That's a yearly fee. Work order systems that we have. Sometimes different flyers and notices that aren't in printing and mailing that we have to do extra, like water conservation flyers or something like that. We have a customer portal that we pay for yearly for the water meters as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner, also walk us through the intergovernmental section, other assessments. There is an increase of $589,654. Can you explain what other assessment means and how do you guys use that
Sure,
funding?
so that's for Greater Lawrence Sanitary District. So currently, we've been underfunding that since, I believe, 2022, just because of we were in a shortfall of the 4.6 million. So by the time we get our retained earnings, we always under budget it. And then when we get the certification, like I came before you last week, we had asked for that transfer. So this year, we're doing a little bit better now, so we're increasing that amount. So based on what we get for a credit, it'll just be less that we would have to take out of our retained earnings at the end of the year.
Okay.
Typically, we were assessed around $7.5 million. We normally get around $1 million credit, but that's not any guarantee. We actually have some things going on there now that we might have less of a credit for next year, but we don't know that. So we just want to bring it up to a level. We want to slowly increase it to what the assessment is. So like in the future years, if it's $7.5 million, say it'll be more than that, but if it's 7.5, we want to fully fund it. And if we get a credit, great, but if not, we'll have the money to pay for the full bill. And then on capital outlay site improvements, so this account was just one of those accounts. It had a lot of things going on with it, so we basically broke it down to go right into like what it's supposed to be. So we had our treatment plant contract that is based on the CPI, Consumer Price Index. So every year they get the CPI and then it'll go up by that percentage. So we had it funded at like 1.65 million. And then over the past like 2 or 3 years, it has gone up incrementally with the percentages. And we were basically just pulling money from that fund to cover those costs.
Okay.
As well as the carbon filters in another line item. We pulled out $42,000 for that because we have a contract. So we have a contract for $162,000 for those, but we only had a budget line item for $120,000. So we're pulling that to fully fund that. And
So,
then,
sorry, so that's a reflection of the decrease of 500?
yeah, so that
517?
money is gonna go into the separate budgeted items and different line items.
Okay. So here, because this is more generalized, where would that fall in this page?
Where it goes?
Yeah.
It's gonna go, so it'll be most likely under water operations.
Okay, so we're not there, okay, okay.
Any other questions for this section?
Any other questions or comments? Councilor
Madam Chair,
Luzon.
the position that the storekeeper, is it the other half of the position in here?
It'll be in, there's 3 divisions under here, so it'll,
165, so we're not there yet.
Not there yet, okay.
Okay.
Keep going up, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, so if we go to page 165, this will be our water administration.
All right, and this is completely level funded, but there has been a few changes that just ends up equaling to the same amount as last year.
Yeah, it's pretty close overall, but we did have a little bit of a salary increase, but we also took out some of the stuff that we weren't using. And then I worked with the comptroller's office for like workers' compensation. They, based on what we used in previous years, so there was a little decrease there. We added repairs and maintenance of vehicles, $55,000 for that line item because we're not spending, we took out a good chunk of money from vehicles because we're just basically gonna maintain the vehicles we have for a few more years until we get our funding back to where we want it to be. And then if you go to, so the pension assessment, that's a decrease, that was through the comptroller's office. We had a lot of retirees in the last couple of years, so.
So, and what about, and I know this is part of, but medical bills, does the water division see a lot of, is this to cover?
So we weren't seeing a lot of them, but
injuries?
I wouldn't see them personally, but I
Okay.
guess as far as what we discussed with the comptroller, we weren't spending that much, so we reduced it by half.
Okay.
So I guess that's a good thing if the employees are safe, so.
Thank you.
If you turn to page 166, that'll show a decrease of 130,000 for machinery and equipment and motor vehicles. This is plugged into our financial model, so we have to take cuts somewhere to maintain the same level of service that we provide, given our budget. So we decrease that, and we do have a lot of newer vehicles as it is, so we can hold over for a few years. And then our debt service dropped off by $240,361. We had a loan that was paid off. I believe it was $10 million that fell off. I think August 1st was the payment of last year. And then that represents a decrease of $470,000 for that division.
Okay. Counselors, any questions pertaining to this section? Counselor Marmol.
On page 167, the finance officer, is this a brand-new position, or was it a vacant position, and we're just trying to fill it in?
So there was a position, I believe 22 years ago, that we had a finance officer or some type of an accountant in the water department. That person retired, and then they had never filled the position. So we're trying to get, we really need this position because we're dealing with $22 million worth of utility bills, and we need to reconcile our accounts. There's a lot of bills that come in, and we just need the extra oversight. That person will work directly with the comptroller's office.
So for 22 years,
Yeah, it was before my time, so it had to be over 20 years.
So for the past 22 years, who's been doing it?
It's been split amongst mostly the water and the office supervisor. Erica, she took over some of those duties, but she does all the billing and, deals with all the accounts on that level, so we need the extra help. We have limited staff. I mean, right now, we had a clerk resign, so we're down to 2 clerks there. And then we have an administrative assistant and then the office supervisor. And then I'm sorry, I can go through the position. So my position has an increase of $15,100. The assistant engineer, I just noticed that was underfunded by a little bit of what the actual position pays, so I increased it by $1,531. The finance officer was added. Then we decreased the meter reader positions by one, just because that job, there's lack of work in that area, just because the meters are remotely read. So typically a meter reader goes out for like final sales when they sell a home or something like that, or if there's an issue. But it's not like what it used to be. Like we used to read them manually, 85 meters a day. So one person can handle that. There was a principal accounts clerk, so we always had it budgeted as 1.5 because we used to split another position with DPW, but we weren't utilizing that for a few years, so we were able to take that out of the budget. And then we decreased the overtime for the admin to 12,000 from 20, so it represents $8,000 change. We do overtime there, and there is available, but we don't get like that much overtime for the admin, so. And then the vacation buyback, I believe that's what the vacation is for. We decreased it by $3,600. So typically, like if you have I believe, Ramona, is that correct? Is that buyback? So if they have, if you have over 4 weeks vacation with the city, you're allowed to buy back 1 week, but it's not used very often. And then there's just some things that we weren't using, again, like the severance pay and the workers' compensation, just reduced based on what we were using in prior years.
Councilor Marmol.
Commissioner, we asked this question to every department head. The $15,000 increase on this position, could you walk me through in terms of why 15 grand? Like how do you came up with that number and why?
So I didn't come up with the number. My boss comes up with a recommendation. But I will tell you that, water professionals in this industry, they're, grade 4 licenses, they're very hard to come by. So the salary is, I believe it's a great salary. I'm very appreciative of it. But I think that, with 21 years doing this, I think I've worked my way up like from the bottom. So I think it's good. It's a decent raise. I just think it's justifiable. Based on other comps, I thought you would ask something, like not you specifically, but if a question did come up. So I printed out 2 comparable director positions for water, if you want to have.
Thank you. We knew. He came ready.
Thank you,
I like, and I want to point out, I like how you said that you are appreciative. I think that's the first time throughout, I mean, many people have said it in a different way, I guess, but you directly said that you're appreciative of the salary, even without the increase. So I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner, and excuse me if you already explained this. My brain is starting to die down. But the meter reader, we're eliminating one. Is this the position or the individuals that go to like the residential homes to read?
Yes.
All right, so we have many residential homes and whatever else they're responsible with. Why are we getting rid of?
So because now the meters are remotely read.
Okay.
So we get a signal that goes directly into our software. So I did this position 20 years ago, and they told us back then that the jobs would be eliminated, so it's taken this long to get to this point. We really only need one actual person to go door to door. And then in the future, we want to develop, we have a meter installer, like on the labor side, and that will become a meter technician. As I have to bring it to council and go through ordinance committee and things like that. But now it's become more than just reading meters. You have to program them, you have to troubleshoot them. It's more technology involved.
Okay. And my next question is pertaining to the water and sewer office supervisor. I saw the same title under the DPW admin. Is this the same, do you guys have separate
Yeah.
office supervisors? Okay.
Yes.
So how does the water and sewer office supervisor from the DPW side work in hand with, or do they interact, or how does that?
They interact. I mean, they're separate, supervising separate things, but they do contact each other just for invoices and things like that.
Okay. So I guess what's the difference between them then? What's the difference?
I think it's just a
between-
title. I mean, it's basically like an office manager. I think it's just the way the ordinance was. So it's just titled water and sewer supervisor.
Water and sewer, okay.
I think, yes, Madam Chair, but I think
Councilor
that
Luzon.
I think it's the CAFO that needs to answer, no? Or it's
I
on
mean,
the-
she might
yeah.
have an answer.
So page
166.
166. Yeah, you know where, 166. Debt service. Do you mind explaining, CAFO, Ramona Ceballos, that in page 166, the debt service?
Yes, similar to the general fund debt service, the water sewer has their own debt service as an enterprise fund, and that, the detail of that is in the appendix, page 171. It lists all their loans, principal and interest, and so forth. So that is the summary of page 171. It's in the back of your budget book. It's right behind the city debt
I'm seeing
service.
170.
171.
I don't have a 171.
It's right behind it.
No, that's what I'm looking at, it says 170.
No, it's 172. You're missing one.
Oh, they.
Yes,
it was
sorry,
flipped.
that was
It
cited.
flipped. Okay.
Trying to save money
Sorry.
there.
The hour.
Okay.
Okay. But to you, Madam Chair, those are loans that the department is repaying?
Yes.
Okay. You mind going over that?
Sure. I mean,
Quickly.
just, it's the loans date back for many years, so it's just whatever has fallen off, those come off those years. We take on new debt. We go through the state revolving fund for most of our water and sewer construction projects. So we did a loan authorization, I want to say 8 months back or so. I think it was last summer for $13 million. So those loans will be coming on soon once we complete those construction projects. And then others will be falling off. It just depends on the schedules on there. It'll tell you when it'll be paid off.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
I'm a bit confused. So I'm seeing on your budget that under that section, there's a debt of 240,361, but on page 171, I'm looking at outstanding, oh, that's 2026. So where can it, I'm trying to find this number on 171.
Yes. So just remember that the debt service, it's the interest and principal that we paid.
Right.
The outstanding would be shown in a different column. So
what is the actual overall total? Is it the one that we're seeing under the water and sewer budget, or is it what we have here in the appendix?
5952 principal.
So we budgeted 7.707 for this year.
Right. So if you follow the columns, the last column on page 171, it's the import admin fees. That's the 89,000 that you see there on
Okay,
the
yep.
maintenance fees.
Yep.
Where is Then column A on the bottom has an A, 5,652,901. That's the principal payment.
Okay, yep.
And then the column B, 1,965,300. It's the interest.
Okay. Which totals then to what we see under, okay. Thank you. Councilors, any other questions or comments pertaining water and sewer? Seeing none. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you, DPW.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, CAFO, we have charter school and school choice.
So basically, I believe the school department covered that, but I can give you more information if you need me to.
Oh, that was the reimbursement and the section, okay.
Oh, that sounds confusing.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Like, who else is here?
Do you
Let's just go over it one more time. Do we have a section here for that?
It's part of the education section right after the school department. It's page 104.
Page 104.
Actually, 105, it's covers both of the pages. So these are cherry sheet assessments. And basically, the charter schools, as the superintendent mentioned, we have 3 charter schools in the city of Lawrence. And the children, the students that go to the charter school, then that money that the Department of Education provides to the City of Lawrence schools goes with the children to the charter schools. So
Okay,
basically, they just send us an assessment based on the enrollment, and the same for the school choice.
Yep. All right, yes, that was covered early on in their presentation. All right, any other final, Councilor Luzon?
Risk management, no, I think we missed a position. I think it's that, I'm not sure, let me double check. It's a position that is only one person.
Oh.
Emergency management.
Emergency management.
Do we went over that?
No.
I don't think so.
All right, so let's go, what page is that on?
99.
Okay.
Right. And who's supposed to be here presenting this? It sounds like a one-person department. Yeah, it's one-person department. It's budget.
Fire? What if we fuck, I don't know.
General Fund
Madam
Department,
Clerk.
Emergency Management, Division, Emergency, it's all, yeah. Go ahead, Councilor.
No, I'm just asking, and I thought that CAFO was going to present, but the look in her face says something totally different.
Well, I can tell you it's a level funded position.
Thank you. CAFO Ceballos, thank you so much. You're
very
the best.
welcome.
You're
You're
the
very
best.
welcome.
I don't know what your position with that department.
I don't even know, do we have anyone for it?
I believe that is a vacant position at the moment.
Vacant,
That's a
okay, I wish,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Can we follow up on that? Okay, it has an amount of, a salary of $105. Maybe, well, the CAFO must be right, because she is a CAFO. I'm tired.
It is a vacant position.
Vacant,
I'm
thank
trying
you
to-
so
okay.
much. And what, okay, so we're budget, but it's vacant.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, you're the best, thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Claire, I don't have no more questions.
No, I'm trying to figure out, even if we were to I don't even know who would be the one to talk about this department, because it's a new department, so.
I believe last year it was addressed by our senior senior advisor to the mayor.
Okay.
So I can follow up with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
We do have the extra day, so can we have them come in for Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll check.
Just to address this one,
Just
or
to
is there
address,
anybody else?
just to address, we don't have anyone. I mean, it's 11:58. There's no one else right now.
But can they come before, oh.
No, no, I'm
we
saying
need-
for Monday, it's only them, it's only
Yeah.
for, to address this.
Or maybe
one.
can they send an email? If
Or
that-
maybe a memo, yeah.
Yeah, instead
Perfect.
of, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Capo.
Thank you so much.
For, I guess, the future. And actually, I noticed this pretty later on in the night, but for the two school departments, they should have their own day. We spent almost 3 hours on the school departments, and I understand the importance of it. And I know I handled that situation not in the best way, but when we have other major departments trying to go through everything, and I'm seeing people, I'm also looking at counselors getting tired, there's a lot of factors to consider.
Yes, I
so-
believe originally they were on a separate meeting, both of them, but one of them had to reschedule to today.
Yeah. So, no, I'm saying like a schedule, just literally
Just them.
a hearing just for them
Yes.
separately, just for those two schools separately. Yeah, I think that might be the most efficient way in moving forward.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Capo.
Who creates the schedule?
Well, we worked on it together, and
Yep. So originally, the two schools were there with a couple of my items that I literally covered last night in like 20 minutes. So that's
And
why we just had the
changes
two
and-
schools, because
Yeah.
they do take a long time.
Yeah.
Do you think we need
Alright.
to have them here? I don't know. Get they send a lot of, well, Madam Chair, they send a lot of
But they didn't set
information.
the budget
Yeah.
on time either.
There's a lot of
That was
factors.
another thing.
Yeah.
Could we have an extra?
And
day?
just wanted to follow up, I did send the committee the report that I mentioned earlier about the shortfall that the school department that you mentioned and the DESI website,
You
just
sent
to
it
clarify.
now?
I sent it while I was sitting my,
You sent it to us?
to the whole committee, yes.
What did you send?
I sent my worksheet that I prepare explaining what the numbers should be. In my communications, the email threads with DESI and the school department to make sure that that's cleared and we're on the same page and the numbers are what they need to be.
Okay.
So I just sent it to you guys.
Okay.
Yes, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to, it's a lot of numbers. But I'd be more than happy to explain to you what happened. It's a trend of a few years, numbers not being reported correctly, maybe in the wrong category, and it's just showing, because of the way the calculation works, it's showing that we have a shortfall when we actually don't. So I just want to make sure you all understand.
But
Thank you.
Catherine, given that the numbers are correct, let's just say they are.
Mhm.
I want us to, how do we work together to stop giving what's the minimum required?
I have 3 kids. I was very involved in my kids' education. I am a huge advocate for that, and I wish I could give the school $5 million more. I really do. I think it's necessary, especially for our city. I just need help finding out where the fund's coming from. That's
good
my
to
my
know.
only limitation. But I'm all for the schools, absolutely.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah.
We appreciate that, Kafu.
Well, now we have a federal administration that's making that a little bit more difficult than what it already is, so.
I don't know, Madam Chair, if I may.
Councilor Lozon.
I think that, and I understand, we are tired, it's been a long day, a few long days, sections. But I think if we have an extra day, can the school department come back? I don't know if it's a possibility, because I know we have questions and I understand your position.
For LPS or grade both?
Oh,
or
yes,
is-
I have absolutely no problem with that.
Yeah, I think they should come back, and I know you need to take a vacation, Kafu.
I have absolutely no problem with
I
that.
think
and-
you all have to take a vacation. You've been here every
Yeah.
night
Thank you, thank
for
you.
even more committees, so.
We don't have a budget.
You know, and then the thing is also, what transpired also, when it's almost 10:30, almost 11 o'clock, and you're telling me send the rest of the people home when they've been here at 7. I was waiting for counselors to get here. We started late. That all, like, I can't just send all these department home when they've been waiting on us from 7 o'clock either. I understand that the school department is more than 50% of our budget. I would rather, and I probably should have thought of that. I was just like,
I think we should leave them last. Next time we should.
Yeah.
In
just
one
do-
day.
We should have done airport, the water, the library, the cemetery, and we should have left, or, you know.
I think it was gonna be too much,
DPW,
Counselor,
the
for
school
one day.
department should have gone last.
They should have like one date, I think.
each their own separate
Or they
days.
cannot be in the same
No.
meeting, it's too much information. And honestly, I think there's questions that we need to ask, but I also know that we had other departments here waiting since 6:30. So my suggestion is.
Yeah, I forgot, DPW was here since a little before 6:30.
Before 6:30.
Yeah.
I mean, for the benefit of the community, and I will suggest, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, to request them to come back, and that way it's gonna give us an opportunity to review more the numbers, because
yeah.
they send that, with that budget late, and also it's difficult to read,
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's difficult to read.
It's
Too
different.
much information
Yeah.
to process in
Yeah,
a few days.
They were, yeah.
It's my suggestion, is the Madam Chair, think is
No,
doable?
yeah, I agree with you on that, Counselor. Cathal, if you can help us out with that, if you could reach out to the superintendent.
What day would you like?
It's that extra day, June 2nd, I believe it is.
Is it next Monday?
Yeah.
I'll reach out to them.
I'm sorry. There's, public safety, that's at 6. Yeah.
So.
And we have only one item for that.
Are you thinking 7 o'clock next Monday?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll reach out to the superintendent.
Thank you
Awesome.
so much.
Thank you
Madam
so
Chair.
much.
You're welcome.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
No, to recess.
To recess, I'm sorry, to recess.
Motion to recess.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye, and the ayes have it.
Hi. Happy Friday. It's Friday. We've been here.